Alright, I think we should be good to go now. So, yeah, yo, what's going on, guys? How are we all going today? I'm kind of a bit late today, but, I figured, there's so many differences with time zones that usually when I do a stream, I'm like so early that the viewers will be like, oh, but, you're a day early kind of thing, so and I totally understand that, because I am usually ahead of most. So I thought, you know what, for this one, I'll actually wait a little longer. So for me, it actually isn't on the anniversary date, but I realize for a lot of others that are going to be viewing this, it probably will be the anniversary. So that's all right though. I think the only thing that kind of bums me out about this day is that the Broken Bond was day perfect, year perfect, released when Unleashed was. So that being my favorite Sonic game, I don't really have an opportunity to stream that unless I like cut the stream in two and do one half streaming this and the other half Unleashed. So it's kind of tricky, but yeah, it is what it is, I guess. But anyways, let me just bring up the timer, because this will be a speedrun, unlike the 06 stream. Because, yeah, when I did that Rise of a Ninja anniversary stream, we also did a run for that as well. And that wasn't perfect, but that did actually turn out quite good. A lot better than the first attempt. Actually, no, what am I saying? The anniversary stream was the first attempt. No, because I came back after that to do a stream on Twitch, and I got like a better record, a better attempt then. And hopefully I won't have the same kind of results here, since this is going to be like the first time doing a new category for this game. So let me just bring it up on SRC so I know exactly what I need to do. I know that this will be a lot more easier compared to Rise of a Ninja, since, yeah, Rise of a Ninja is a bit tricky, because the game doesn't actually tell you how many coins you've got left to get in certain locations, whereas this game does do that, so they definitely did improve upon that. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong game. Let me just switch over to Broken Bond on SRC. Okay, so Naruto, the Broken Bond. There we go. So it hasn't actually been that long ago since I last touched this game, because I got the record only 3 months ago for both Genin, Shunin, and Jonin. Genin being the easiest, Jonin being the hardest. And I think even, yeah, there's like a dojo run here, which I also did 3 months ago. So the only category of the 5 that are here that I hadn't actually, and to this day, hadn't covered, is the gold coins run. And that's what we're going to be doing today, so I can really make sure I've got everything in the categories filled. So should be interesting. But let me just review the rules really quickly so I know what's up. Okay, so the time starts when you load into Naruto's gameplay. Okay. So this is going to be a little different. Alright. I can get used to that. As you progress through the story, you'll find more and more coins around. The rest is pretty much the same. Progress through the story to find more gold coins. Beat the story to access map locations, and the timer stops when you have collected all, holy crap, 1,533 gold coins. That is fucking insane. That is a lot of coins. Rise of a Ninja had, I think, 583 from memory, or 582, something like that, for the ancient coins, and 117 for gold coins. So it's about in the 700 mark, whereas Broken Bond is like virtually double that, So, geez, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of coins to collect. And I know that there is a lot more maps, so that'll help spread it out, I guess, but still. So this isn't actually what I originally thought it was going to be. I thought this was going to be getting the coins and beating the entire game. So I think I do remember now when I was creating these categories, I purposely decided, no, since I don't speedrun Broken Bond that often compared to Rise of Ninja, I'll wait until I'm ready to do this coin speedrun, and depending on how that goes, I'll decide if I add this extra category where I've got to get the coins and beat the entire story and game and all that, you know, everything else aside from the coins. So, yeah, that definitely does explain why I've got to start the time when I can actually get coins rather than, like, as soon as I start the game up, you know? So, yeah, this is pretty much just a coin speedrun then. And I did do that a few months back for Rise of Ninja. But for the anniversary stream, I actually did do that and the game, and I thought that was going to be what I was going to be doing today, but thankfully, I guess I'm not, so it won't nearly be as long of a speedrun, or stream for that matter, but, because, you know, if I'm going to be, like, doing a 10-hour speedrun, I know that YouTube isn't going to document the stream, because anything over 10 hours, it starts to kind of get cut out, so, yeah, it's a bit, yo, what is up, Doom Anime? How are you going today? Just make sure I've got my saves. 23 minutes into it. In Defense of the Leaf. See, that might just be the save that I can load into. I was very tempted to stream Unleashed. Oh, okay, this is too far into it. Yeah, no, it's alright, I'll just have to start it up again. But yeah, I was tempted to do an Unleashed stream, but I do have unfinished business in this game, so I figured, why not just get that out the way. And I kind of wanted to when I did like all the categories 3 months ago, but I thought, you know what, it spreads it out so I can, you know, do something today on the anniversary stream, anniversary day more importantly, but you know, starting the game, there we go. I will go again in. And I gotta remember I don't need to actually start the timer now, so I can pretty much just, yeah, sure this is rolling. And I mean, who knows, maybe the rules for this will eventually change and you do have to start the time here. Probably not though, because, you know, I think the coin category is more so like it's like a temporary kind of state, because it's more like a mini game, if anything, because even though you do have to progress with the game in order to get like more coin access, more map locations so you can get more coin access, I might change it. It's just the fact that you don't ever get coins during the first part of like the battles, you know, it's just you're just versing Orochimaru the first 2 phases. And then you go through that entire sequence, then after that, then you can actually free roam. So, yeah, it's just cutting off like about 5 to 10 minutes. So it is a bit unnecessary, but since it's not related to the run, I don't feel like it should be here. But, and for that matter, maybe I'll change it for Rise of the Ninja's coin marathon. But we'll see. You see the 06 demo from KSX. Yes. I know he uploaded like an update video just days ago. It's just a shame that I can't really play it though, because, you know, it's the main reason why I have been unable to review both of his public demos. It's interesting, you know, because like I've tried many times, I really have, but the performance on my VM just cannot handle it. And it's a real shame, because, you know, I really... I feel like I am missing out, you know, so... yeah, I think I am going to need to get, like, a gaming PC if I really want to take that seriously. I'm not sure when or if that's going to happen. We'll see, I guess, but, But from what I've seen, it definitely does look impressive. Easily an improvement um, from the last demo, because I actually did have the review for the first demo pretty much complete. And I can't say I'm overly happy with it. That's another reason why I haven't really uploaded that. Because aside from not being able to play it, you know, to its full extent, I've never really being satisfied with the video, because aside from the video itself not being fully edited, the audio and commentary is like all there. I just needed to put the video together, but now the project files are kind of corrupted, so it kind of makes it harder for me to, you know, get that working now. And if I really put in the time, I probably could just, you know, convert what I can and then just work off of that, but then it's the fact that I've also got to do Demo 2, you know, got to review that, and eventually, you know, we'll eventually be at Demo 3. So, I think what I will do is I will review the demos separately, but they will be in the one video. That way I can also point out if there was any issues I had with the first or second demo that improved in the next one, you know. We'll see, I guess. Come on, switch. Switch, 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 switch. There we go. Crazy, it's been 11 years already. I know, right? It's mad. And to think that this was like day perfect, year perfect to when Unleashed came out. That's why I kind of feel bad when I do stream this on its anniversary day, because it's like, yeah, cool, I'm catering to, you know, this game's fans and all that, but, you know, Unleashed is my favorite Sonic game, so I do feel like I'm missing out. And I guess last year I did do a stream in regards to that, so I did cover it for its 10th. Because I think what I did is I had like one day I did Broken Bond, then the next day I did Unleashed. That, or I did like 12 hours of this and 12 hours of Unleashed. Something like that, but yeah, I found a way to like cater to both. Still, it was interesting because I had to like, you know, make sure I like stayed up, so I was, you know, sticking to the schedule, but yeah, we're just about to do a run for this. As soon as we complete like this opening, I'll start the timer, because the whole point of this run is to collect all the coins. So I don't need to progress with the story, but I think it is wise to do that, because you'll be able to get all the coins in like all the other locations, and you'll get more abilities that'll help getting coins, you know, all that. So I think I will do that. But I'll do what I can, you know. But since the main purpose is the coins, yeah, there's no real rush. You know, I can really take my time if I wanted to, but Oh, good. I'm glad I'm not alone there, because it seems every single time I bring up Sonic Unleashed being, you know, my favorite game, so many times in the past I've had people going, "Why? How could you possibly like Unleashed? It's fucking shit. You know, the gameplay sucks. It's nothing like the originals and the classics, and the Werehog is just an insult to the Sonic franchise." Like, I can't get into that mindset, you know? It's impossible. Because again, we've got to remember that like Unleashed is basically Earth 6's like apology, you know? They're trying to apologize for Earth 6, so they didn't know what they were gonna do or how they were gonna do it, so they needed to do something new. They couldn't go back to what they had already done, because that's literally what Earth 6 did. Granted, it failed, but you get my point though. They couldn't just go, "Oh, well, we'll make this another SA style game or another classic style game," because, you know, They already tried that, and then they wouldn't be able to perfectly accurately recreate what they could on the Sega hardware on their consoles, but. Mm. And even like my father, because I was playing Unleashed yesterday to pay respects, even though I didn't stream it, and he was like, "Yeah, no, well, I love the modern like Sonic gameplay. You know how they going like super fast and like the graphics just keep up with everything. Easily an improvement from the games back in the day to like now." Um, but no, even he didn't really like the werehog gimmick. But it's one of those few things that I kind of feel like I'm alone with because it really splits up the daytime gameplay. Because if it was just that, it would kind of be like I don't know something like Sonic Colors, I guess. At least with that, you do have the wisps, I guess. But even that, even though I haven't played it, I can tell that that's probably going to be a bit repetitive after a while. Because at least with forces and generations, there's something else to play as to split up the gameplay. But I can't really see that happening with colors. And same with Unleashed, though. At least it splits up the gameplay with Werehog. Granted, not everybody likes it, but at least it makes it so it's not repetitive. So I mean, granted, if we did get just nothing but Day Sonic for the entire game, I probably would enjoy it. But you got to think though that like if you just played nothing but that, after a while it probably would get repetitive. But eh, people have to play against someone, but I don't have the Xbox Gold gamer tag. Inferno. Well, thankfully, yeah, it's still up. So I can't believe that though. Like to this day, you still actually can go online. I did it a few months ago. On the Discord server, I versed some members there, and it was really fun. It really was like, and I think to my surprise, there was actually people that weren't in the server that were online, which meaning that there are actually people that every now and then do actually look to see if people are still playing online. So it's amazing. It really is. And I'm hoping that with the Discord server, it can really, um, yeah, revive the community and make it even bigger than what it already was. So that way we can have like a consistent online multiplayer. Because at the moment you can find a match, but it's not easy. You have to like either leave it on for getting close to an hour, and sometimes it can even take longer. So, alright, there we go. Start the time now that I've got free access. I think I probably will change that system because I don't really like the fact that you are interrupting the run. Like I get the motive behind it, but something is going to have to change. It's either Broken Bond or Rise of a Ninja. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, because at the moment, Rise of a Ninja, you can you start the run from the very start and the time goes off. Whereas here, you only start the timer when the coins are accessible. So yeah, something will need to change. I kind of like this broken bond method a bit better because it's it's related to the run. You're not so many things could change. From the course of those first few battles to now, and that goes for Rise of a Ninja as well. You only have like the battle, sure, but still a lot could happen that really separates it. So it could be more easier just having it this way. For all we know, I think that's all the coins I can get at the moment. the Werehog. He was pretty cool. Good, I'm not alone. Like, I can see why people might not be a big fan of it, but I really didn't mind it when I was growing up with it. It just never bothered me. I guess because it was the second big Sonic game that I really played, so I wasn't really familiar with how they handled their games. Well, for that matter, I didn't even know that Sonic had previous games back then. I think, to me, 06 was just this new franchise, and it's probably better to look at it that way since it is trying to be a reboot. So, yeah, to me, Unleashed was like the sequel to 06, and, if you really think about it, it kind of sort of adds up. And what I mean by that is if you, look at the ending of 06 and the start of Unleashed, 06 ends with Sonic looking up in the moon. Eggman doesn't have a reason to look for Solaris since it doesn't exist in the 06 universe. So instead, he goes after the Dark Gaia manuscripts. And it kind of sets up the whole game in a way by, Sonic looking up to the moon, and then it starts with him supersonic in space. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone on that one, but I always thought it was kind of like hinting that it would, that Sonic would eventually fly up to space, go after Eggman, almost be like a continuation kind of thing. Yeah, I think the gameplay was probably the most enjoyable thing outside of Day Sonic, because yeah, I mean, to this day, I'm still just mind blown just to how well they've like set them up. So with all like the combos that you can unlock, the strength you unlock, just all to do with the EXP. I think that's amazing, especially like even like the health bar. How you can replenish that by collecting rings. That's brilliant. Because I always wondered how Sonic would behave if he had like a health bar or something. And that almost gives me inspiration on how to refill Shatter's health bar when he's using vehicles. I know it seems a bit unrealistic, but imagine that though. You're in a vehicle and you get rings, and then your health bar returns with each ring. I know it's not perfect since you're not playing as the character. You're in a vehicle, but still, it's an interesting idea, I think, and maybe it could be implemented to something like Unity. Wasn't Unleashed in development around the same time as 06? Not to my knowledge. I think earliest point in development would have been 2007. I mean, if that is true though, and it was around development at the same time, it would explain a lot because, for one, the day-night cycle that they kind of showed in the tech demo really kind of does add up now when, because they obviously decided, well, this game isn't going to be a big success. We've had to ditch a lot of, content, a lot of elements, so let's put this into the next game that we're working on. It also would explain why the sound design is like literally using pretty much the exact same sound design as 06 did. It uses unused 06 sound design, so I think that was quite a shocker, because I always thought that Unleashed was the first game to bring in like that press start sound effect, when in fact 06 always had it in the files, it's just never used. Well, I say that, but to be fair, it's actually used for the E3 demo, just not in the final game, so I guess it kind of got used, along the line. But if you really like follow how they've done the sound design for Unleashed, you can really tell that like things like the jump sound effect, the homing attack sound effect, it uses the same kind of 06 sound design. It's cool because it really does make use of unused sounds in the 06 files. So I think even things like footstep sounds, they're all from 06, so you could even say the same about the molds for that matter, because I know playing Unleashed just yesterday, I was reminded when I got to Spagonia, how they've actually recycled Soliana unused chair models for the environment. I thought that was such a beautiful detail for them to include. You know, they've got these beautiful unused models. So instead of just modeling new chairs, they've actually gone out of their way to make use of these unused models for this next game. I just think that's a beautiful touch, because what a shame if it never was used. So no, I really appreciate that they've gone that extra mile to include unused elements from R6 into Unleashed. It really does make me feel it's that much more of a sequel, even though it's obviously not like Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the title. It's Unleashed. So I don't know, it just really adds that to my childhood theory that Unleashed is R6's sequel. But I don't know. It's probably just me, but I mean, nonetheless, I am still glad that just alone it uses a lot of unused R6 content. So I even think, like, in Empire City, they actually use a Crisis City model, but they have it, like, fixed up so it looks all modern and not, destroyed in bad future territory. So, again, little details like that. It's just, wow. Sure, sure. No, I understand that. That's definitely no. I get that impression. It definitely does. Gameplay wise, it definitely does feel like a next gen experience rather than R6, because I think R6 tries to recapture the nostalgic vibes a little too often for it to be considered a reboot and something next gen. So yeah, I'm not really sure. Sure, sure. So let's say they canceled R6 and they just focused all that time on Unleashed. You're saying that it would be better received. Maybe. I don't know. I guess it really depends when R6 would have been cancelled. If it was, like, let's say, like, right after the tech demo was shown, so it was still in 2005, then maybe. I mean, I wouldn't think so. That's just me, but I do hear you there, because, like, the development team has already been, like, split, I think, into, like, 4 or 5 different, teams, to work on Secret Rings, R6, Rivals for the PSP, that Riders game, and Sonic 1 for GBA. So, and if what you're saying is true, Unleashed as well. So to work on all of those games at the same time, that's insane. It's no wonder it ended up the way it did. I mean, really. But yeah, considering R6 in back in 2006 was meant to be the main focus of all the Sonic games. Yeah, if that were to be cancelled, they really could focus most of their development team on Unleashed. So maybe. I mean, I can't really see like what could be fixed with it, because all the only kind of like issues I have with it is just nitpicks. Things like, oh, I wish I could use the X button or square button to interact with NPCs rather than the jump button, because I just want to do something as basic as jump past them, but then I end up talking to them, so that always kind of bothered me. But again, little nitpicky things like that, but because aside from that, no, yeah, I don't think I've got any like major issues with it. And I guess since it does use the same physics engine, it's certainly a possibility that they went, you know, straight from the tech demo to Unleashed for all we know. I guess they kind of do that in Eggman Land, though we don't really see like a full progression. It's more so just, you know, you see the animation, you see Sonic transform to Werehog Sonic, and then I think that's it. It's just because in terms of the visuals of the stage, I don't, if I recall correctly, I don't believe that there was actually a noticeable change in the environment, which is kind of a bummer because you never really. Yeah, I don't recall seeing a difference between night and day Eggman lands, or... Oh, me too, absolutely, because, you know, while it's not a perfect game, it is what got me into the Sonic franchise, and it is, to this day, still, and it always will be, my first, you know, Sonic game. But, and while I'm not overly nostalgic towards it because of how often I play it to this day, I still do have a special place for it in my heart. It's just a shame that nobody will really be able to experience Earth 6 the way I did when I first, you know, when I first played it, because it just, because again, you'd have to be someone new that hasn't played any Sonic games before, and you'd have to play multiplayer, like, at least 3 times, you know, both battle and tag, then go into single player, because I think that's pretty much how I went into the game. Because that got me familiar with all the characters' physics, the main 3 hedgehogs' physics. And it got me used to most of the stages, so I knew how certain obstacles would need to be dealt with, depending on the character you're playing as, you know, so I kind of knew what to go into when I was going through single player. I think that's another reason why when I learnt of new sections and new stages like Tropical Jungle and Radical Train, I geeked out. I thought it was like DLC to me, you know, back then. Because I can't remember how long it took for me to get from the start of single player to a Radical Train. Why is this not working? I feel like I messed something. Oh no. No, that's weird. I don't remember it behaving that way. Whatever. It doesn't have a lot of beta stuff. I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest. It really, you know, gets that much right and has that much content in the game already. I can't say I'm overly surprised. Oh, me too, me too. Because from what I understand, I believe Shadow and Knuckles was actually meant to be in Unleashed originally. I'm not sure if that means that like, fucking they were gonna be like playable, or if they were just gonna have like a role like Amy and Tails do in the game. I'd assume it's that they've got like the same kind of role as them, but I mean, even if that were the case, we still would have gotten them in the game, you know, and we would have seen them in cutscenes, and with the amazing animation for, you know, what they achieved in 2008, it just, no, I could picture that, and I think it would look incredible. So I can't exactly see, or rather, I can't picture how they would be involved with the plots, or I usually try to theorize that kind of stuff, but I can't think of anything with how Knuckles and Shadow would have been involved. I mean, Knuckles, I'm sure, would have been related to, like, the Master Emerald, so maybe they could have connected that somehow to Dark Gaia. Their shadow, I really wouldn't have a clue. Oh, absolutely, yeah, no. I mean, Secret Rings, I can appreciate it for what it is and what they were trying to do for their very first Wii console game, a big title. But yeah, no, that definitely it could have been scrapped. Same with Sonic One GBA. I think Sonic One GBA is probably certainly did not need to come to the public because I mean, really, it just it fails on so many levels to try and recapture that physics that the originals had. So it's just embarrassing, if anything. Um, at least we got rivals there. I think that probably on a more critical standpoint, the yeah, I think Rivals is probably the best game to come out of 2006. I mean, I haven't played Riders or seen Riders, so I don't really know how that turned out. But um, I know it doesn't, accurately capture the same kind of classic physics, but I could jump into it quite quickly. Got familiar with how the physics were. Whoa. Yo, what is up, EDM? How you going today? Yeah, and I think that's probably the main reason to why Earth got so much hate because they were trying to recreate something that they already succeeded with. So because it's not the same and not quite perfect, it's more it's more of like an insult almost. And even though I don't have any issues with it, I can still see why people don't they can't find enjoyment out of it and why they are almost like distracted with with what they have played, and I'm kind of the same with like this game, because I grew up with like Rise of a Ninja because again that got me into the Naruto franchise. Um, so I had a good year to really get used to how it played and all the physics, and then when I went into this, it was such a big change that it was a bit like, oh, it's like a downgrade because there's so much that this game improves upon, but the most basic thing with like what they already achieved with that physics has kind of downgraded, sir. And it's not just for free roaming; it's also for like battling, the combat and the physics for like all of that. It's a real shame. It really is because they've done such a good job with this. Might as well grab that too. But yeah, it's just the physics that are such a minor thing that really prevent me from having that, you know, same if not better experience than the first game. So no, it's a bummer. And I think that's one of the main reasons why I want to eventually mod this to see if it can behave like Rise of a Ninja, physics wise. Because aside from that, everything else is pretty much perfect. So again, such a small, insignificant little detail to the game that can affect the entire experience. So it's a real shame. It really is. Um, oh, so you consider Riders to be better than Rivals, or? because I think again, since Rivals was like the first 2D Sonic game that I played, it was interesting going into that. Though, you know what? Though I say that, but I do actually remember playing Sonic One, very very close to when I played Rivals because, yeah, you could download Sonic One from the Xbox Live Marketplace store. It just no, it had, I can't remember exactly what was done to it, but I'm pretty sure it was like the same kind of port of the classics. It had like, it wasn't like a touched up version that Christian Whitehead did, because from memory, like the physics were the same. But I forget the company that like worked on it though, because they added like a menu to it so you can like save it in real time. You know, everything. You know, it had everything there. So I can't remember who it was, but I know it wasn't the same as Christian Whitehead's team. But yeah, whoever they were, I do remember getting that pretty early on. So it's not impossible. I might have actually played that before Rivals. I wouldn't think so because Rivals pretty much. I do remember getting that for the next Sonic game. But since, you know, Sonic 1 was so easy to get, I didn't actually need to, like, go out and get it. I could just, you know, download it. It was, you know, a lot easier to get. So, yeah, who knows? Maybe I actually did play that as the second Sonic game. But I do remember first playing that, and I remember my initial reaction was like, wow, look how different this is from 06. And I think I do remember pointing out the whole gimmick where you're able to jump into enemies and thinking, why did they ditch that in R6? What a bummer. So, no, I definitely did have that mindset. Alright, we need to enter old game with a fun travel system. Oh, absolutely. I agree. And it's very interesting seeing people really fight for this to get like remakes. And I guess I personally wouldn't mind a remake, but it has to improve upon what the first two games did, and I don't believe that would be achieved, to be completely honest. It'll still be enjoyable, but it just won't be as enjoyable as these two games, so that's what concerns me. So I don't, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a remake if it's done properly, but if it's going to have some, you know, inaccuracies and some parts of the game are going to be a little, you know, oh, this is completely different, or this isn't nearly the same, it'll probably just take me out of the whole experience, you know. So I definitely would like to see an open world Naruto game, but in terms of remaking these two games, I'm not sure. I think it probably would be better to just have a new standalone game. Yeah, that might just work out better. Though I'm not really sure how that would be achieved there, because like, would that be? Because we've had so many games in the past now that like have already covered part one of the Naruto franchise, so I can't really. I mean, I guess it could be cool. It could be, you know, more accurate to the anime than ever. Kind of like Storm 1, how it, you know, really animates every scene from the manga and the anime. But I think it's more important that we get. Oh, crap. Yeah, I think it's more important that we get a Shippuden version of this, because Shippuden, we've never really had a game that really accurately, you know, gets the manga and the anime, you know, scene for scene. Because Storm 1 did this very well, but from memory, Storm 2, 3, and 4, it gets better. I will say that, but I don't remember in Storm 2 specifically it being as accurate to the anime. And I guess maybe because, you know, I didn't have the anime back then, so I couldn't actually just watch it and go, oh yeah, I do remember that. But I do know for a fact that the locations are inaccurate. Not that I hate them. I just, you know, if you're really going to go for that accurate recreation, you need to make sure your environment is also accurate, and is something that Storm 2 does fail to do. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still cool to see like these locations, how they've tried to roughly recreate them, but it's not the same there, because I think I think the first time that Naruto was like reunited with Sasuke and Shippuden, the environment that they're in is very different. Because I think they're like indoors. It's like a small change, but you get my point there. They're like indoors in the game when they're outdoors um, in the manga and the show. But yeah, little details like those. It's just it can kind of like take you out and just remind you that this isn't exactly the same. So yeah, I definitely feel that a Shippuden game could have been made, and still can be made. I don't feel like it's too late. Only just a few months ago the English dub finished Shippuden. So this year or next year or even the year after, it might be the perfect time to tackle a Shippuden title that's pretty much perfectly accurate scene to scene with the show and manga. And I'd even go as far as to say that maybe if you want to really kind of spread the game out so it's longer, have the filler that was in the show implemented into the game, because while I'm not a big fan of the filler, and I'm pretty sure no one is, if the filler is, I guess, implemented in such a way where it is accurate to how the show handles the filler, then I feel that it's like, oh yeah, I remember that filler from the show. It's not something new like this game does. So because of that, you kind of feel a bit more, oh yeah, I remember this. Wow, they've gone out of their way to accurately recreate that. Who would have thought? You have a bit more appreciation for it compared to it just being something new and just something that is like, oh, we're just implementing this to extend the game kind of thing. And even then, I'd have the filler so it's not in your face. You need to do it to progress with the story. Like this right now, this isn't in the show. This is just to expand the game even more. So, is it unnecessary? Yes, it is. Like I can see what they were aiming for. They're trying to remake that that kind of scene in the show where I think Jiraiya takes a girl out to I think I can't remember the specifics, but he tells Naruto to like train by himself, and then that's it, But the whole point was to separate Jiraiya from Naruto, and that's I think what they were trying to go with here, but it's not nearly the same because in the show, the girl is possessed, so there's a completely different perspective here, because here it's like, oh no, Jiraiya just wants a date, and he just needs it for material for his novel, No, but it's a very different approach there, and it doesn't feel like it's, well, actually no, it's not related to the next part of the story that we're about to intercept, because in the show it is related to the enemies, and it was part of like a strategy that they had come to, that they thought of. So it felt like, wow, that was an interesting way of trying to separate the two. They obviously know their opponent and how they work and how to try to separate the two. Whereas here it just feels like, no, I'm just gonna do a similar version, but it won't be related to the enemies. It won't be anything like that. It's just going to be a means to expand the game, and we'll also throw in a brother, so that way we can have another battle. Just unnecessary things to, fill in the game time. So, yeah, if they're going to, like, accurately do the filler, it needs to be, pretty much scene for scene perfect. And, but more importantly, it's not needed to advance with the plot, it's like a social quest, you don't need to do it, to progress, because I feel like that was something that this game was originally going to have. It was going to have the option, so you, if you wanted to do it, you could, choose, whereas eventually it just ended up so, yeah, you need to do it, because they knew that the game was already small, with just all the canon stuff in it. So I think all the arcs that are in the game, I think there's about like 5. I guess you could say some arcs are intertwining with each other, but 5 main story parts that are in this game compared to like I think 15 filler. You know, it's like fucking ridiculous. But anyway, Ubisoft Fox Team. Was it called Ubisoft Fox Team? I thought it was just Fox Team. I mean, if they are, oh yeah, they'd have to be, wouldn't they? No real chance of them coming back since Ubisoft has. Oh crap! They sold the licenses to Numker. Whoa! Why is he fighting like a Junin? Eesh. No, for my health. Fun fact about this battle: if you build up your overdrive meter within the limited time you have, you can actually get your chakra, because the whole point of this battle is that you're not meant to actually have your chakra, but yeah, you can actually still get it if you because I think when you fill the overdrive meter so it's full, your chakra, regardless of where it is, it just goes back to being full. So that's basically what's happened now. So if I wanted to, if I could actually implement jutsu like so. Both are good, but Rivals is easier to learn to play. Right, that makes sense. I think I did try one of the Riders games, and it just did a little bit more difficult to jump into that. Backburn Entertainment, that's the one. Ninja Stone will be with someone who never experienced shooting, but I would like video of someone pointing out the differences. Wait, so... Wait, which Ninja Storm? Is it 1 or the second or third one, or... Oh, wait, LP, like Legacy? Storm Legacy? I'm not used to what people refer to that as. Though, it's funny though, because that is something that I should pick up soon, because I feel a bit bad that I haven't to this day gotten that, because I've pretty much got all the Storm games outside of Legacy. So... No, I really should get that sometime soon. But, yeah, you know what, though? I wouldn't mind going through, Storm Legacy there. Just, yeah, like a full blind playthrough. Because, it has been a while since I've played all the Storm games, for that matter. But, yeah, I think it could be a nice way to revisit those games, but also play them all at the same time, see what kind of changes that they've made. Because that way I can really point out what's being changed, what's accurately recreated from the show and the manga, all of that, So, no, I wouldn't mind doing that. Sasuke's arm's like totally transparent, by the way. When you do your Chidori. Don't ask me why, though. That's always got me curious as to why they designed it that way. So you can still see everything. Maybe. I wouldn't know. I mean, the name kind of does ring a bell, but, I wouldn't know the facts there for that one. Whoa, okay. Jesus. Okay, good, that finally is expired. I keep forgetting that that can expire if you get far enough, that's cool. Just on 2 and currently 3. Oh, okay. There's so a lot of scenes in Storm 2. Yeah, that's right, from memory, they really don't, go for that same kind of approach as Storm 1. And I think that's a real shame, because Storm 1 had a lot of potential, it really, really did. And while you only had access to the village in Storm 1, at least it was some free roaming aspects of it, But they, totally ditched this in Storm 2. I mean, it's kind of there, but it's not the same, though. You can't, it's not as open, and you kind of just, it's almost 2D, Just a lot more restrictions were added. And I mean, it wasn't easy to find glitches in Storm 1 to my knowledge, so I wouldn't think that they'd be, in fear of recreating that, Many people cheat all the time. Yeah. Just don't want to have a story mode. Oh, absolutely. I think it was one of the few games that I really did appreciate them not just telling the story through the eyes of Naruto, but also the eyes of all the other characters. Because it really did feel like you were following the show, but in game form. Because before I could actually watch the anime, I was forced to play the games. And I didn't mind that, but it would have been good to go into the anime so I knew how they translated the show into game form, But because it was the other way around for me, I got a fresh experience of how the game was, and then going into the show and seeing the differences. So that was pretty interesting for me, because I do believe that Storm 1 was probably the most accurate game that we've ever received of a game form version of the show, because that doesn't necessarily mean that I enjoy it more. I still find more enjoyment out of the Ubisoft games in terms of their gameplay, but I do feel that they could have been a bit more accurate with if they were going to really go full on in-game cutscenes. Because no offense, but the cutscenes of this game are far from perfect. I could see what they were trying to go with, and some do work, but with the brightness and some of the animation, it just sometimes it just looks a bit like a fan game almost, or something like that. Oh shit! I keep forgetting he can do that. Okay, that was close. Okay, so yeah. In Rise of a Ninja, for comparison, you only play as Naruto when you are in the Chunin exams. So you only fight a Kiba, you only fight Neji, if throughout that entire arc. You do see the other matches in the anime cutscenes, but you don't obviously play as them, which is kind of weird. I feel like they were originally going to go with this Storm route, since the characters are actually playable in Rise of the Ninja. You can go out of story mode and go single player in terms of the just trying to do like a match, be it single player or multiplayer. But this mode doesn't have it doesn't have a story to it. You just choose your battle arena and choose your character. But the point I'm trying to make is they have the characters for pretty much everybody that is in the anime cutscenes that you would be able to fight as. So if we were going to go with like a Storm route, they probably could have achieved it, because they've got Lee, they've got Sasuke, they've got Sakura. They don't have Ino. They don't have Hinata. I think, see, that's I think the main reason why they didn't actually go with this, because if they did want to have, some characters playable, the problem would be that they didn't have everyone else. They didn't have enough time to finish everyone else, and this is one of the very few things that I thought would be implemented into Broken Bond if they, were going to add more characters, which of course they did do. But even with that all said and done, they still didn't implement all the other class characters, so I thought that was a bit of a missed opportunity. Granted, I didn't know that these characters existed back in the day. I had to, really go into other games to know, oh, okay, these characters are a bit more important. They obviously get a lot more screen time. So I definitely feel that they should have been implemented. I can see why they didn't do it, but if they were going to go with the same kind of Storm approach, they definitely should have. But I think that's just it. They didn't, because they realized that would have been a little too much work for the time and the schedule they had. So it's a shame there, because I wouldn't mind seeing be it like a Unity remake of this game or whatever it is, something that tries to recreate and enhance this game, be it through modding or just a recreation on Unity or something like that. I wouldn't mind seeing more characters, more of the classmate characters implemented. I feel that could be interesting. I do feel like there is potential there. But no, the way that it goes in Rise of a Ninja, again, you just see the anime cutscenes, and then when it's time to fight as Naruto, you just do that, So, but in Storm, no, you do play as every character, and I think that's it's an incredible thing how they've really tried to implement every fight that's in the show, because even though the main character is Naruto, quite often it does actually focus on other characters. So this is something that Storm does do, whereas Ubisoft doesn't. It doesn't. It's not till Broken Bond where they go, okay, well maybe we can focus on Sasuke. You can play as him temporarily, until they eventually just decided, you know what, let's have it so you can play as all the other characters as well. Because even though it's not their story, they can be part of the filler, and you can play as them. You can solve traps and fight enemies as these characters. Makes use of them in single player, so kind of worked out for that matter. Sorry, make use of them for the story mode. But yeah, it's just it's a shame. It is a missed opportunity, but I still appreciate it for what it is. But no, I definitely could see major improvements implemented if this ever were modded or recreated or whatever. I think the only thing that kind of bugged me about Storm 1 was how they didn't actually include the Land of Waves arc, because I think they might have actually gone back and added this to Storm Legacy, so I wouldn't know if they have or haven't for that, but I'm pretty sure they would have, because I believe they actually did implement Zabuza and Haku for Storm Generations, I think it was, because they needed to build up to Storm 3, because they are important to the plot. So, whoa. But yeah, no, it definitely, and they needed to bring them back, so that added a reason for them to be implemented in Storm 1 when they tackled Legacy. So I'd be very, very surprised if they didn't implement it, since those characters are playable. Yeah, they are there in previous games, so it's certainly a possibility. But yeah, Storm 1 doesn't do this, though, like the OG Storm 1. So, I'm to this day, I don't consider myself a big fan of that arc. And it's maybe because I haven't really grown up with it. It just, yeah, I didn't have the same kind of feels that most people did when going into the show. And again, I think that's probably because I played the game's take on that arc compared to actually watching the show's version. So because of that, it didn't really hit me as hard. But nonetheless, even with that all said, I still did feel like I was curious as to why that wasn't implemented. I was like, but hang on, that was in, Rise of a Ninja, that was in the show. There's obviously anime cutscenes in Rise of a Ninja, so what's the deal? Why did they not implement that to Storm 1? Yeah, why wasn't that implemented? And I guess maybe it was just a time thing. They wanted to do it, but they realized that they just needed to go from the bell test straight to the tuning exam, so they just decided we'll just stick to that. Maybe come back to that later or something. Oh really? Hmm. All right. I think I actually do have that game, though I could be wrong. I think I have a sequel. So I think I remember having a PS2 game, something Chronicles 2. I could be dead wrong, but I remember having a sequel to a Naruto game on PS2. Oh shit. A lot of just insects that took a while to kill. Well, I can't agree because if it is the game that I am thinking of, which I'm pretty sure it is, then yeah, no, it definitely felt out of place when I played it. Because I didn't play a lot of it, but from what I played, it didn't. Yeah, it just didn't really feel like it was a part of the same Naruto universe to me. I think that was the main reason why I didn't nearly feel as interested in wanting to continue it. But I remember playing a PSP game, Ultimate Ninja Heroes 2. What does it mean getting sequels for the first game? Anyway, but yeah, I went into that, and that was a really fun experience. Super fucking repetitive. I mean, seriously fucking repetitive. Badly repetitive, but that's only because you need to do mini games to progress with the map until you get to the story elements. But if you take away the mini games aspect, it did actually feel like a Naruto filler. And well, I'm not a big fan of the fillers. There can be it can be some good that is found, and there's small arcs. And that definitely did occur for Heroes 2. I definitely had enjoyment with that. So even though it was super repetitive, it I don't know. I think it just captured the immersion for all the characters. It just yeah, something about it just really clicked and just worked. Because I think it felt very real, and it made me have like a bigger respect for Naruto as a character. And even like Orochimaru had a bit more of an idea to how evil Orochimaru could be. Because back in the day, it never really clicked to me. It just seemed like, oh, Orochimaru cursed Sasuke to leave. Okay, alright. And he killed the third, alright. So, that's still pretty evil, don't get me wrong, but it never really felt in such a way where he actually manipulated people to do things that they wouldn't have done originally. And that happened in this game, so that was really, wow, how cruel. But you know what I say that, but I think there is some form of manipulation in the show, but again, these two games don't entirely cover that. Skips all the smaller aspects of the show, which, I mean, to a degree I can understand, but still. Cool, I can't upgrade my strength. Nice. Yeah, you know what? While I'm at it, might as well grab all the coins around here. Alright. But, most interesting Sasuke fight because you fight Curse Mark Sasuke. Alright. So, okay, it's, I mean, I don't know if that's still going to be related to the plot, because for all we know, it could be pulling an Ultimate Ninja Heroes 2, where it's like, oh, you're fighting these characters that you know, but except they're not really the characters, and they're just illusions. But, I mean, point is, yeah, still, that's pretty cool. See, that's something that I wanted to see in Heroes 2, because they, like I said, they actually do have all the characters, all the main characters, but they are present as illusions, so they're not quite the same. They still have all their abilities, but they don't talk, and they just fight you, even if they are your ally. And we pretty much fight most of the characters. And it's funny too, because Sasuke is actually in the game. You can unlock him, yet he's not actually present in the story mode. And that always kind of confused me, because all the characters that weren't made into illusions, I think, is because they're actually going to be in the plot. Because characters like Orochimaru and Kabuto, they aren't illusions from memory. I know Orochimaru definitely isn't. Kabuto, I could be wrong, but yeah, no. Yeah, the point is, the main two characters of the main villains of the story, they're pretty much for the most part not made into illusion villains. That you have to fight. So with that in mind, that makes me think that Sasuke would have been involved somehow, because he's not made into an illusion. He's never seen. I think he is mentioned. I think Orochimaru kind of pulls a bit of Naruto strings, and he's like, "Did you say Sasuke? I'm gonna kill you, man. You're gonna die." So yeah, I think he's roughly mentioned, but aside from that, no, I don't. No, I don't even remember how you unlock him, for that matter. You might have to do some kind of tournament mode, and then you unlock him or something. But yeah, I can't really picture how. Otherwise, he'd be unlocked. But yeah, I do feel like maybe originally he was actually meant to be part of the plot. I mean, that would have been interesting. I think that was the one main thing I would have wanted to see, because I was always curious as to what in the world happened to Sasuke after he left the village. Because obviously they do roughly cover this in Broken Bond and Storm 1. They do show Sasuke leaving. They do show the whole sound retrieval arc kind of thing. Yeah, we have to fight the sound ninja. But aside from that, once you get past that Sasuke battle, that's where things start to get a bit fuzzy, because it's a bit. It never really shows what happens afterward. In Broken Bond, he just leaves the scene, and then that's it. We never see him again. And I guess for Storm 1, we got a bit more of a glimpse of what happens. We see him, I think, walking in a forest, which, again, is accurate to the show. The show has a scene just like this. And it's beautifully done. It really is accurate. Because I remember going into the anime very soon after I played Storm 1, and I was like, oh my god, they actually recreated his, facial expressions, his pose, the lighting, the scenery, everything. It's perfectly accurate. How incredible. And it was more than a few times they did this, and I thought, wow, that is incredible. I really hope that they, pull this off for Storm 2, because I remember seeing Storm 2 and I was contemplating if I should get it, because I wanted to get a Ubisoft Shippuden title, and that's why I didn't want to get Storm 2 originally. But then I thought, well, you know what? I played all of Storm 1, and I actually did have a blast with that because it is accurate to a lot of anime scenes. So you know what? I probably will learn more about what happened to Sasuke in this game, and even though it's not Ubisoft, I should hopefully have a blast out of this. But why was I wrong? I still got enjoyment out of it, don't get me wrong, but it certainly was not the same game that Storm 1 was, so that was a bit of a disappointment, I've got to admit. But, you know what? Whatevs. It is what it is. But, no, aside from that, like, little forest scene there, yeah, we never actually see Sasuke reach the Sound Village in any of the games that I've played anyway. I mean, maybe there is something that I haven't played that does show this, but to my knowledge, no, there is no game that shows Sasuke actually reaching the Sound Village and Orochimaru going, yeah, welcome Sasuke, follow me kind of thing, just nothing like that, So, it wasn't until I got to the anime where I really did get to see just what the hell happened, and I wanted to see that scene in a game. Yeah, I've never played any game that does do this, or I mean, at least I did get to see it in the anime, but I didn't want to need to rely on the anime to tell that to me. Even though I was curious about the anime, I did want to see that in game form. But yeah, it is what it is. But I could picture that though if they were to like try and do this in Storm or something, having the scenes accurate and still using that same kind of scene for scene being accurate in Storm. If they were to tackle it, even like all the lines in the scene could be the same. Orochimaru, oh, Sasuke, you're the chosen one, kind of thing. Just have that same kind of beat, because I can't remember if the lines are accurate in the scenes. I think they are, because I do remember there's a scene in the final Valley fight where Sasuke's like, oh, if two shinobi are powerful enough, they're able to read each other's thoughts simply by an exchange of fists. That entire sequence from memory is virtually accurate to the anime, and I thought that was really incredible. I think the only difference was maybe the immersion, because I think, if anything, I think Storm improved, because in the show, Sasuke was like, "Oh, can you tell what's on my mind?" It just didn't really have that immersion, whereas in Storm, he was like full rage. "Can you tell what's on my mind?" Kind of, he like sounded pissed off, kind of thing. So I think it did actually improve on the immersion there. So again, Storm 1 really actually does do a really good job recreating the show, and if anything, enhancing the show's version, or the show's take on it, because it really, its ultimate objective is to mainly do what the manga does, I think, more than the show, which is why some of the immersion can be seen as better in Storm 1 compared to the actual anime. So, yeah, no, I do think, well, they definitely did have potential going for Storm 1. If they continued this whole sequence of Storm 2, it could have been so much better. But, like you said, there's like less scenes that are actually even shown there. So, yeah, because of that, it just doesn't feel like the same game. It doesn't feel like a sequel to Storm 1, which, it's a real shame. It really, really is. And this is why I feel like a Shippuden title should be made, if anything, that is open world and is like Storm 1 with its accurate recreations of the show and the manga, because it's Shippuden that we've never really seen the full potential of, with how they can handle that in game form, because Storm 2, 3, and 4 don't have open world gameplay, so that alone is already enough to realize, yeah, okay, this is definitely not the same as Storm 1 or the two Ubisoft games. So, with that in mind, I do feel like we deserve a Shippuden title that is open world and is like Storm 1 with its accurate scene-for-scene representations of all of the arcs for that matter. But I don't know. Maybe that'll get done. Maybe it won't. I think it's at this point it is unlikely, but nonetheless, I think it still could happen in the form of a fan game, so who knows? But yeah, I'll have to wait and see, I guess. I mean, if something was done and it was announced that there was going to be a Shippuden open world game, I'd certainly be hyped because I do feel like we have missed a big opportunity to really experience Shippuden because the way Storm handled it, it's not bad, but it's not perfect at the same time. And I certainly would have preferred an open world experience similar to that of the Ubisoft games. And heck, even if it was like Storm 1 and it was like the same kind of open world physics as that, I could have gotten used to that because at least that was still open world and it wasn't, no, you just got this linear kind of 2D path that you have to follow and that's it kind of thing, Because you could move around, left, right, up and down kind of thing, and you could turn around, but it still didn't feel like, it was as open as Storm 1, and rightfully so, because it didn't even have like a 3D camera for that matter, so, and that's my point though, because it's like it really does feel like it's a bit of a step down from Storm 1, so even if it did have Storm 1's gameplay, I still feel like we could have had enjoyment, and I'm hoping that one day we'll get something like this, be it in the form of a fan game or not, Because we shouldn't need a fan game to do this, in all fairness, because yes, we have received Shippuden titles, that is a fact, but again, I still do feel like we have missed out. So, no, I really do hope that does happen, though. I really don't mind at this point if it is a fan game or not, because seeing with what Pier 6 has achieved and what can be achieved on Unity, I have no doubt in my mind that someone could, if they know this stuff with Unity, they could, if they wanted to, really recreate the Ubisoft games or recreate the what's it called? The Storm 1 style of gameplay. Or even, I don't know if it's possible, but possibly even merge the two gameplay physics together, because they're both open world. And I don't mind the whole gimmick with being able to shadow clone cannon yourself like you can in Storm 1. I could see speedrunners going nuts with that ability. To get from point A to point B, while still having the same kind of Ubisoft methods where you use shadow clones to break down barriers, boulders, all that kind of jank. Same with Rasengan. And even like chakra to like, walk up walls, walk on water. All of that, And again, Storm 1 does have this as well, with walking on water, walking on walls. But, you know what, though? I think I probably preferred it in Storm 1 because you didn't need to do a jutsu for that. And the way Storm 1 does it is probably more accurate to the show because once you've learnt it, you don't need to do any hand signs. Granted, the whole point of that is to focus your chakra so it's even more, more likely that you're going to get it. But, after a while, you don't need to do it. In the show, you don't actually see any of the characters, for that matter, doing this. So, yeah, no, I do feel like the way Storm 1 handled it was a bit more realistic to the show. I do still think that you probably could have hand signs for when you are learning it, but I'm getting a bit specific here, but anyway. But no, I do feel like something could be done. And we shouldn't need a fan game, in all fairness. So, I mean, really, it definitely could be achieved officially, but and it should be, but at the same time, with how things stand at the moment, how Namco actually earned the licenses to these two Ubisoft games, and since they've already completed their Storm games, I don't really see them wanting to come back and revisit Shippuden. in the form of an open world game, just because the fans want it. And granted, while I still do feel like this should happen, they don't really have a reason to want to do it. You know, they've already achieved their take on Shippuden. You know, so I still hope it does happen, but again, depending on if it's a take on just, you know, if it's like a fan game or if it is official, I don't know. But, because even then, with like a fan game, there's no telling on when that will actually happen, if it happens, you know, because you don't come across a user like Chaos that can, you know, really accurately recreate a game on Unity. You really have to know your stuff with Unity to get to such a level where you can recreate and enhance a game, you know, so it won't be easy. But if I guess on one hand, if only bloody if Chaos was like a Naruto fan, because I think he's like more of a Dragon Ball fan. Which I mean, I do understand and respect that, but you know, if he were a Naruto fan rather than a Dragon Ball fan, I think that probably it would increase the chances of, you know, some form of a fan game regarding that to be yeah, getting achieved. But nah, who knows at this point. Oh really? I should finish Rise of Ninja achievements. We're not delisted. We're not delisted. I know that most of the achievements are regarding online multiplayer, and that's kind of a bit of a bummer because I know for a fact that on my game save I'll never really be able to get, you know, all the achievements unlocked because I'd be lucky if I could get like the achievements in regards to what's it called? The characters in like the Forest of Death, because that can be revived, but we are gonna need a lot of players and a lot of like contributors to really, you know, just to set up just one person getting the achievement, and that's what I mean. We need total cooperation if we want to revive the Forest of Death, because the whole point of the Forest of Death, it's really kind of frustrating, and I'm glad that they did improve upon this in Broken Bond. Yeah, the whole point of it is that you. Oh, fuck, I messed that up. Yeah, no, the whole point is that you need to go online and you need to basically look for people that are online, obviously. And once you find someone, you verse them, and if you win, you advance to the next phase of the Forest of Death exam. The problem between this and Broken Bond is that Broken Bond can have you still progress with your level of EXP or whatever it is. I can't remember exactly what it is, but the point is you can still upgrade on Broken Bond. You can actually go out of the Forest of Death and come back in and still upgrade your stats. However, in Rise of a Ninja, you can't do this at all. You're basically stuck. You know, you have to start all over again, pretty much, because as soon as you win, it takes you to a new part of the Forest of Death that basically nobody's going to be there. Or at least now, nobody's going to be there because you need to have people already in this next part of the exam. But because at this point in time, there's only about like 1 or 2 tops that are online, nobody's going to be in this next level of the Forest of Death. So you're going to be waiting there forever, but pretty much. There's nobody going to be there. So it does prevent us from, you know, versing more people as you progress with the Forest of Death in Rise of a Ninja. So that's a real bummer, and because of that, we'll never really get the achievements for the Forest of Death in Rise of a Ninja. Again, unless we can have actual contributors that at least 20 people that are willing to, let themselves be defeated, so they can let someone else advance and get their achievement. What do they get out of this? Well, with the same kind of system, they can also get the achievements. So it can be done, but like I said, we need complete and total cooperation for this, and we need a lot of people to do this as well. Because I think there's about 5 to 10 different levels of the Forest of Death in Rise of the Ninja. And again, you need at least one person to be there. So if there is about 10 levels, we need about 20 people to be versing other people to get to the next level, to set up the main person that wants to get their achievement to get to this latest level, just to verse them, only for them to win and make the other person lose. And just repeat this until you get to the top. It's ridiculous, it really, really is. But that's my point, though. You really do need a lot of people willing to contribute to this whole idea. And realistically, yes, it can work, but like I said, we need a lot of people to help out with this, because, it's ridiculous. Just for the sake of one person getting the achievement, we do need a lot of cooperation for this to take off. But at least with Broken Bond, like I said, you can actually go out and you can still have your levels upgraded. So you can still verse people on a low difficulty, low level, but still upgrade your stats and EXP and all that. So that's definitely something that they improved upon from Rise of Ninja to here. Okay, cool, I got it. You do fight Sasuke? No illusions there? Oh, okay, so yeah, it is following the plot then. I think. That's what I think. How it sounds though. Pokemon heals him and hurts him again from a filler character. See, I don't mind this though, because it actually does do this in the show. It's not accurately the same, but it is the same character from the show's filler. So I thought that was a nice touch, because it really did bring back all those characters from the filler. And I forget if this is in the manga. I would think it is, but since it is considered filler, I wouldn't really know. Because I can't picture Sasuke just, all of a sudden being like, oh, I'm going to leave you guys because nothing's happened to me. I guess it would be a bit more realistic in terms of that whole curse gimmick, how it's like, it's cursing, Sasuke to leave and making him want more power kind of thing. So, in regards to that, I can understand, but he doesn't... At the same time, you don't get that same kind of jelliness that Sasuke needs to really want to leave and wants more power. That's what really fuels the whole arc of that filler, both in the game and in the show. I just wish it was more accurate, if anything, if it were implemented in, like, Storm, for example, because I don't believe that was implemented. See, that's something I guess Broken Bond does improve upon, because while it's not perfectly the same, and it still does use the same characters, but in terms of, like, the plot, it is different. Which, I guess, to a degree I can understand, because, you have someone tagging along with you in the Shur's version. I guess they didn't want to do this. And here, sure. Yeah. God, this one's even more harder. I keep forgetting that you really need to, like, nail it. Yeah, okay, that was kind of crap, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, I definitely did feel like the combat improved from the sequels, so I will give it that. But I forget how it handles substitutions in the future games, but I do know there was a big change there. I think it actually no. You know what? I think it might have been easier in Storm One because I believe there wasn't a limit to how many you could use. I think you could just infinitely use it as long as you've got chakra. So kind of like how these Ubisoft games handle substitutions. But yeah, from memory, Future Storm games actually have a limit. So like you've only got about 5, and once you've done that, doesn't matter if you've got chakra. That's it. You can't do anymore. And I guess to a degree, I can sort of understand why that would be done because it's not really to do with chakra. It's more so to do with if there's like logs around or anything that you can swap around with, you know. So yeah, no, I can understand that, but I think I still do prefer the way of how Storm One handles this because again, it's like the Ubisoft games. It's a bit more. I know it's not necessarily realistic to the show, but it just seems like, oh, haha, you're out of substitutions. You can't use them forever now until that time expires. It just seems a bit restricted, you know, a bit of a limitation, you know. It just doesn't really sit well for me. But aside from that, though, yeah, I think I did like how they handled ultimate jutsus. Though you know what, though I say that, but I think I did enjoy that it was a bit of a mini game with both the Ubisoft games and Storm One because Storm One. I think was probably more interesting because it was still the same animation, but depending on how you handled the mini game, determined if the animation would continue or not. And I guess to a degree, the Ubisoft games kind of do this as well, but they kind of got a bit sloppy as Broken Bond came around. So I mean, you can tell with how they've done like the sound design, and some of the cuts with the animation. It's not perfect, you know. But I really enjoyed the mini games that they implemented for Storm 1's, Ultimate Jutsus. But then you get to Storm 2 and Storm 1, it doesn't do that from memory. It just takes it away completely. There's no mini game. It's just, hey, look at the beautiful visuals. And I guess to a degree, yeah, cool. You get to see the visuals. It's beautiful. Everything's there. But it doesn't really feel like you've earned that. You've just done your I guess for 360 and PS3, Y, X, and triangle, square, it just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like you've earned it as much as you have compared to Storm 1 and even the Ubisoft games, you know. I feel like there wasn't really that much of a challenge, you know. But no, it's a bummer, but Yeah, but even with that all said, though, you still wouldn't be able to get the achievements for characters like the DLC, because even someone like myself that actually does have most of the DLC, I still can't enter online with them because my modded console obviously can't go online. And even if I try to copy my files to a retail console that can go online, I've tried this, it doesn't actually work. It says that they're corrupted, which is, I guess, does make sense since they're not, they have been ripped from a 360, uploaded, downloaded, soft patched with a program to work on a 360. And normally this would work on a retail console, but I think because it's gone through that whole process of it being on a different console, it's only meant to work on that one console, but because I'm trying to get this on a separate one, it just doesn't, Because, again, you have to, from memory, you have to pay for this kind of stuff, for the DLC, so because of that, to prevent this, they've made it so you can't just give it to anybody and just copy it to any other console or any other profile for that matter, so Ah, shit. Minimum Forest to Death. I never played Forest because I couldn't find a place to start it. Well, I'm just guessing, honestly. It could be more than 20. I'd say roughly it'd be 20, but because I think there's about 7 or 10, 7 to 10, something like that, of like different levels of what you need to progress through to get to the end of the Forest of Death. And I think because we've only got 2 at the moment that we can, just go online, and maybe 3 tops. That only allows us to get to the next level of the Forest of Death, because again, we fight the opponent, we win, and then we advance to the next level. But because the game is looking for opponents in this next level only and not in all the other levels, we're the only ones in this next level. And again, now, let's assume that we only had 2, because there's only 2 opponents here, and there's only 1 in the second level and 1 in the first level, the game's not going to pit you with each other because you're in 2 separate levels. And again, this is what Broken Bond improves upon, thank God. But point is, for Rise of a Ninja, you need to have 3 people to just to get to level 2, for 2 people to get to level 2. So you do have to sacrifice someone to stay on level 1, so they can lose 2 matches for 2 people to get to level 2. And again, you got to have even more people if you want to progress all the way up to level 10 or however many levels there are. So I'd say about maybe 10 to 20, maybe even 30. I don't know. I really don't. But you need a lot of people willing to contribute just for the sake of 1 person getting an achievement, And the only reason this would work is because the only thing that they would get out of this is they would also be able to use the same kind of setup to get the achievement. So, and I guess, aside from that, they'd also have the capability of playing online, which is something that it's not as common anymore. So it is, I think this is something that we should embrace with the limited time that we have, because I do think that sometime in the next few years, it is very likely that the online multiplayer could shut down. So, yeah, we should see if we can do something about it as soon as we can, because what's to say in the next year or 2 that, they're going to pull the plug and we can't go online anymore. Also, what is up, Josh? How you going today? But yeah, you know what I mean there? It just... I think it is very, very plausible, and it hates me to say that. I'm very grateful, and we've been very fortunate that the online system has remained up 10 plus years later. But again, what's to say that it will, won't shut down anytime soon? Because they really could pull the plug at any point in time. And I'm not saying Ubisoft is, because I think at this point in time, it's out of their hands. They can't pull the plug even if they wanted to. Because again, since they sold the licenses, they don't have access to any of that anymore. So the only people that would pull the plug would be Xbox themselves, the Microsoft. They'd be the ones to really just be like, okay, no, this is it. We've released the Xbox Scarlet, the Xbox 2, whatever the fuck it's going by now. So because of this, most people are playing the Xbox One. So, yep, let's kill all the online capabilities for the 360. That way it's not chewing up more of that space, that, online space. And yeah, they could easily just pull the plug. So, yeah, no, it's certainly a possibility. I hate to say it, but really, no, it could happen, especially with the release of this next-gen console. So I think we should try to do as much as we can with, the quite possible limited time that we have with it, So, no, absolutely. Oh, shit. Oh. Ooh, I keep getting substitutions. I used to be really crap at that. definitely an improvement. But see, and this is like the whole purpose of my like Discord server on like the Naruto side of things, because I want to make sure that this community grows even more, so we can increase the chances of this online revival being brought back, because we've already started. We've already got like about 2 or 3 people that are willing to go out of their way to get gold so we can go online. So and I know that there are at least 2 others that aren't in the server that have contacted someone that is in the server that they are interested in going online. And I've tried to reach out to these 2 and, I've said, hey, please join the server, because, we really can expand this community even more, and really will increase the chances of this online being brought back. We can make it, we can have like a setup where people can decide, oh, I will be an opponent that gets beaten, and I will be an opponent that gets the achievement. Because I'm sure that there are going to be people out there that do want to have this. They do want to get all the achievements, but it's just that Xbox Live limitation that prevents them from getting all the achievements. So, yeah, by bringing this back, this certainly will help. And okay, like I said, it won't be the same because we won't have all the characters. Because, like, let's say, even if I did find a way to patch the DLC, so characters like Choji or Jiraiya could actually work in online multiplayer, that's all well and good, but there's still the Shikamaru issue, because he is a separate DLC that to this day nobody, to my knowledge anyway, nobody has documented. So, yeah, that's going to be a very different process. That is going to be more likely impossible to get the achievement on, unless, again, someone already does have it, which really kind of pisses me off, because I am actually someone who used to have it, but me thinking that I backed up everything, I formatted my drive because there was some issues with my 360, and then I went to put on the backed up stuff, and fucking all the Ubisoft Naruto data was gone, including the DLC. Like, nothing showed up, so I was very disappointed after that, because I lost all my game saves, all the DLC, everything. It was all gone. And to this day, I can't figure out why that happened, because I don't think I did anything wrong, because I do remember backing it up. But yeah, when I went to put the files back on, there was nothing on the drive, so I really don't see what I did wrong. But yeah, it just showed up as if it was like an empty hard drive. Maybe somehow I mistook the hard drives, and maybe the one that I formatted was the good copy. I don't remember. That's the only thing I can think of, but even then I can't see how that's possible, because I do remember choosing the right one. Sweet, it worked. I was wondering if that would work. You know what, I actually plan to do a bit of an edit of Broken Bond at some point in time. I'm not sure when. I feel like now would be the perfect time to do it, but I am not recording this playthrough. I kind of wish I was. But, yeah, I do intend to do a bit of an edit of a full playthrough of Broken Bond, just to see what kind of edits could be made to the game, and how short the game would be if all the filler was removed, how well certain transitions would go if I didn't have to do mini games in between certain parts of the game. Like, take that like a Rasengan just then. When I hit Kabuto with that, I had to do a minigame, then when the minigame ended, then the next cutscene played. If I removed that minigame in video editing, would the animation before the minigame transition well into the cutscene afterward? Little things like that, I guess. I know it seems a bit pointless, but it's funny though, because I always remember the animation going into the cutscene, meaning no minigame. But yeah, I do wonder about that. It's something I wanted to do for a while now, and hopefully I will be able to attend to that at some point. Yo, what is up, Fabian Lopez? How you going today? That face dough. Nah, it's not nearly as bad as freaking Shurji. And he cracks it at like the potato chip ninjas. Is it why? Yeah, it is why. I thought when he's trying to separate the tongue, I thought that was why. So that's something that's always kind of confused me. But the inputs. Oh shit. Let me fix that up. But yeah, the inputs for trying to do these like sequences, they are sometimes consistently the same. But other times not so much. But yeah, take like the first Hokage when you, or the first and second Hokages, when you are doing that entire sequence, the inputs are the same there. The inputs are the same here too. And I think for Sasuke, they're also the same there as well. But then, see, I don't know if that's a good thing. It probably isn't. Because, like, then you go to Rise of a Ninja, but then the inputs are different. So I'm a bit confused. It makes me seem like they did intentionally change this. But, I don't know. You'd think it'd be the other way around, right? Be a bit more random. I don't know. Why does it always do that? I swear, like every time I like a camera change occurs, for some reason in both Broken Bond and fucking Rise of Ninja, yeah, for some reason, as soon as you intercept a camera change, it changes your inputs like quite drastically. I'm not sure why, but I think it's like the inputs try to update for the angle of the camera, but it can be really confusing at times. And I remember I failed quite a few times at trying to do that waterfall. Yeah, that waterfall mission in Rise of a Ninja. See, then that's something I didn't quite understand with this game as well. Why did they remove all the Rise of a Ninja locations? Because I understand not using those Rise of a Ninja locations if you're going to implement new ones for like the new gates. I understand that completely, but they like literally go into like a like the gate that we just came from when we entered the village. That is used in Rise of a Ninja, and there is actually a map for that specifically for Rise of a Ninja. And instead of reusing that and maybe adding a bit more to it, they have completely remodeled that area for this game, and it's a lot smaller, if anything. And I don't, yeah, just I never understood that. I don't exactly agree with that because it's almost like they're trying to pretend that freaking Rise of a Ninja never happened. Because no, you've got to have these environments. They're more important. It felt a bit more enjoyable to go through, to be honest, in Rise of a Ninja, because there was a bit more to be found there, more coins to be found, more unlockables, more obstacles, and visually it was very impressive to look at. You know, there was a lot of action going on there. On top of that, we also had the training field from the actual show, so instead of having all of that implemented, why does Guy look like he has a mustache? Eesh. But instead of having that, we just have this much more smaller looking environment with just trees blocking everything, and just the two main trees that we climb up to go to like other locations. Because again, they could have actually still had this location, but they could have merged it with what we already got out of Rise of a Ninja. Because I can actually think of at least two areas where they could have added this area to in the Rise of a Ninja map. And it's a bit of a bummer because it's like, again, a bit of a missed opportunity. It's like they're pretending that fucking Rise of a Ninja never happened. And for that matter, you'd think the Leaf Village itself would also be different if they're gonna redesign the foresty areas. And I guess to a degree, it kind of did change because, how do I put it? Aside from like the village being like destroyed to account for this part of the plot where they're trying to rebuild the village, and the textures also being a lot different, even if they are destroyed. Because remember, if you go to Rise of a Ninja's take on the Leaf Village, pretty much the entire environment is comprised of a lot of yellow and orangey looking textures for the buildings, whereas now they're a lot more blue and green and just very different, even if they are destroyed. I think it's like only the Hokage Mansion and the exam stadium that stayed the same, and maybe Naruto's house. And forget about that one area that I pointed out in that nighttime video. But oh my god, how many fucking substitutions? I think that is like the most amount of times that I've done a substitution in the air. Same with the opponent. That was fucking incredible. See, that's something I've always wanted to see with a TAS tool, because I always knew that you could actually infinitely, as long as you've got the chakra, you could pretty much just be you'd have free access to do substitutions in the air. And if you could do this in such a way where the opponent and the character that you're playing as perfectly substitute every time, you actually do go higher every time this happens. So I've always wondered just how high you could go. And remember, we're still in story mode, so if we did this in like battle mode or something where you have even bigger chakra levels, man, imagine how high we could get. To this day, I still want to see that in action, but I guess what we just saw just then is kind of a rough idea. That was freaking awesome. But anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, the textures for the village, they are different. So I guess you could say they've kind of redesigned the village, but honestly, they're not really that different. It's still the same model. The only thing that's changed majorly is the area where they've taken out from Rise of a Ninja to account for the new, now implemented hospital. And I think this is probably a better choice. I think this is one of the very few changes that I would have actually made to Rise of a Ninja. Also, fuck this game. Really? I actually made sure to slow down so I didn't run into that issue, but it still happened. Oh my god. Lovely. I'm not entirely sure what causes that, but all I know is that if you do something too soon, it fucks up the collision for that one paper bomb. So I'll try it again, see what happens. See, I'm here. Trigger the jutsu. That's exactly what I did. And now I have a different result, which means it probably will work now. Yes. See, I don't get that. I didn't do anything different, but I tried to go slower than normal, and I still ran into that issue. Whatever. But yeah, anyway, like I said there, yeah, I think I probably would have implemented the hospital to Rise of a Ninja, because obviously the hospital is present in the Rise of a Ninja. It's not, you can't go there obviously in free roaming exploration, but in the anime cutscenes it is there. So I definitely would have added that in if I had the choice. That's where it is. I gotta try and remember where all of these locations are. Okay, there's another one. Yeah, but no. Yeah. Okay, so that's 2. Then we have the third one, which is like down here-ish. Yep. And we have a 4th one, which is around here. And then the 5th, which is sort of where Sasuke would be. It's good that this is a bit more, I can remember more often now where these like paper bombs are, because normally I'd have like a map or something to go, oh, okay, that's where these are, but now it's like I can just, once I'm here, I just remember where they are. Which is probably, more faster that way. I don't have to rely on something to help me. And who knows, maybe that'll eventually happen for like the coin tutorials. For both this run that I'm doing now and the Rise of a Ninja coin marathon. Holy cow, would that be something? It'd take a lot of practice, no doubt, because you really have to get into that mindset of, oh, okay, I'm going to go in this exact specific routing to get all the coins. Because then and only then would it really change the outcome of the run and have big changes in its time. Because at the moment, I'm kind of just randomly going after coins for both this and Rise of a Ninja whenever I do coin-related runs. And again, like I said, at least with this this game, it does keep track of all your coins per location, and it even tells you on the map, which is super useful. So this run won't go like nearly as long as I think a lot of us would maybe make that assumption, normally, because I certainly would have, because this game is a long one compared to Rise of a Ninja, but I don't know if that's an exaggeration regarding freaking 7,000 hour speed run, because this run may just go for 7 hours for all we know, because I know it's going to be at least 4 or 5 hours, depending on how soon we get through the story. But after that, then we can really focus on the coins, and that will really determine how soon I'll be able to finish this run. Because, I guess, how do I put it? At the moment, this getting all the coins is going to be very difficult. because I didn't actually come prepared. I don't have a map that says, yeah, you've gotten all these coins and you haven't gotten all these coins. And I probably should do that eventually, so I don't know. It's too late to do it now because I've already gotten coins, so that takes away from the map's locations. But I think eventually it would be good to get a map organized, so I'll have to create a save where I have to get almost no coins when progressing through the entire run. I know that's physically impossible to get no coin throughout the run because you need to get at least 10 for that box of chocolates filler mission. So yeah, you will have to take at least 10 away from the map when making like a tutorial. But yeah, no, I do feel like a bit of a setup could be made. But yeah, I'm not sure when I'll be able to get that map organized, but you know, to be completely honest, though, I'm not in a rush at all to get coins because, for one, even though I've got pretty much most of my abilities now, I still can't get all the coins, even if I took away from speedrunning the story. Because again, I don't actually have access to all the locations in the game at this point in time. I do have some locations, but yeah, I don't nearly have any of all the bigger locations related to like the Sasuke retrieval arc. Because again, all of that comes when you do that part of the story. So yeah, because of that, I will need to get to at the least that part of the arc to have access to those kinds of coins. But even then, for that matter, it might as well just be easier to just go through the entire story, then get the coins, and that is what I'm doing for this run, and that probably will be what I do for any future runs for this category, even if I do have a map tutorial, because yeah, I mean, sure, it could be useful to have the map and go after coins that you wouldn't normally remember, but even with that all said, it's I think again, it's still going to be easier to just go after the coins after you've done all the story mode gen, because that way you can really focus on nothing but that once you've done everything. Because story mode, there's like going to be obstacles in your way, and there's going to be story elements that are just going to intertwine with when you want to get a coin. It's just going to be stressful. And I think I did confirm this before, but I'm actually not trying to go for a world record, like kind of pace here. I'm not trying to go really fucking fast kind of thing, because this is the first run I'm doing for this category, so it's always going to be the slowest run. And I'm not trying to go fast, because again, this will be improved upon in the future. It always will, So yeah, I'm not in any rush, and that's why you might see me occasionally put down the controller, or if I make a stuff up, I'm not overly stressed about it. Yeah, so I'm not saying I'm taking my time with this, but I am. Let's say I'm going like medium pace, because yeah, it might seem like I'm taking my time. Like now, I'm not rushing through to get all the scrolls here, because I'm not in a rush, It could be useful. I might grab that, but for now, I'm more after the killer combo ones. So finish your combos with a bang, increase the damage of the final hit. More time to do a co-op? No. Increase the damage caused by combos by 20%. Yes. Damage caused by aerial attacks. Yes, maybe. What's this? Overdrive? Yeah, no. Jutsu Mastery. Damage caused by Jutsu. Overdrive. Damage inflicted kunai. And yeah, we'll grab that one too. Oh, that's right. I can only have 2. I keep forgetting that. Damn, okay. So, damage by aerial. Damage caused by combos. And we have that by 40%, so I think I probably should use that. I'll keep the aerial one, I think. Which means... but then again... Actually, you know what? No. I'll do that, because I do... Oh, that's a tricky one, actually. I'll do this, because I need as much combo damage as I can get, and even though there's less, I'd rather have less than nothing at all. Yeah, that's better. Alright, now let's grab something from here if I can. Okay, I don't want that. Don't want that, don't want that. Do want that. Alright, I think that's pretty much everything. Cool. See, even if I were like trying to go as fast as I can't really concentrate when I'm trying to go for like scrolls and, you know, get as many scrolls that will help me with the run. You know, so yeah, no, it's never. That's something that I would have to really like write down. You know, I'd have to really make sure I have everything documented to know. Yes, this is what I need. This is what I don't need. I have enough for this. I don't have enough for this. You know, but because I haven't gotten to that state at the current moment, yeah, no, that won't be covered for any Broken Bond runs anytime soon. I mean, we'll get there eventually. Just it might take a bit of time. That's all. Because this is quite a big game, you know. So you really have to. You really have to like make sure you've strategized everything perfectly. So. But yeah, I think it does require like a lot of screenshots. I think because you need to set up a game save where you're going through the game almost perfectly to the point that you haven't interacted with anything. So you need to know if you're like the coins that you collect all the way up to the point in which you need to buy your scrolls. You need to make sure that like amount doesn't change to the point that it's going to be inconsistent during runs. And I'm sure that's not the case. That's just an example, if anything. But at the same time, you do need to make sure you document when you get scrolls. And how much Ryu and coins you're going to need, roughly. That was close. Fuck off. Alright, there we go. That wasn't actually too bad. I have definitely gone through that a lot worse. But that one area with the last two kunais, it just definitely should have been able to make it through that, but not every time. Though you know what I say that there, but it's been a while. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong. Maybe that is just comprised of nothing but paper bombs. See, God, animation delays, man. I couldn't avoid that even if I wanted to. Probably a bit unnecessary to use 2 strength pills on that battle, but alright. It's not very nice. I forget if you can actually bypass this one. Because I think you might be able to, but at the same time, I don't really remember being able to do that, so... Because I know you definitely can bypass that one I obviously just did previously. But I remember being able to skip more than one. Well, maybe I'm remembering that wrong after all. I don't know. Alright, cool, that's done. I still think that, like, the whole point of most of these fillers are to set up the player so they're more familiar with how the Amigas play and what their abilities are and what their jutsu are, you know, all of that. Which I guess to a degree I can understand why they would want to do that, but is it necessary? Well, I guess you could say yes and no, because yes, in the sense of yes, you do need to understand how they work for when you do get to the Sasuke retrieval arc. No, in the sense that it just drags the game longer than it already has been. And it just, I don't know, it makes it almost unnecessary, you know? Because, yes, it is necessary to learn how they work so you can do the Sasuke retrieval arc again. I get that. But we already have enough filler outside of learning the character that would teach us how to, you know, use them. Because, you know, outside of that Kiba one that we did previously and the Neji one we've just done now, I think it's either this next one or the one after. There's like fixing the village and doing this like fireworks filler mission. Both aren't actually introducing you to new characters, but you still do play as all those characters. Then and there could be the perfect opportunity to get us used to the other characters, you know? Because you're doing filler, and you're also learning how to play as these characters. All in which you're like pretty much killing 2 birds with 1 stone, you know? And even then, that's a stretch. That doesn't need to be in the game, in all fairness. But, okay, yeah, no, it's not this one, it's the next one. Yeah, see, this one's a Choji one from memory. Yeah, it is. So, again, another filler that is like, hey, you know, play as this character, learn who this character is, you know? I'll be back. Alright. Man, that strength pull didn't last for very long, did it? Jeez. Okay, so... See, again, this actually could have been implemented to the fireworks filler mission, I think it is. Is it? It might be. I'm pretty sure it is. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure in that one you do have to play as Choji. So, again, that could have introduced Choji into that filler while still doing a filler. So it could have killed two birds with one stone kind of thing, you know? But, and like I said before, even then, that's still kind of stretching it. It's like it's trying to stretch the game to be longer than it already is, so sheesh. But to a degree, I can understand that. But I still would have it in such a way where it's mandatory, you know? It's not forced into the plot in order to progress, you know? Because otherwise you're left with a game that feels like, you know, you've got to do this, otherwise you won't be able to progress, you know? And it feels almost forced into it, you know? And what a real shame. What a real shame. But like I said, I can still see what they were trying to go with their... but I think it's just a bit of a nuisance that they wanted to originally have it. So the main focus of the game is Naruto and Sasuke. You know, that's the main focus. These are the two main characters that you're going to be playing as in this game, in this new game. But then when the game is released and you play it, you find out, oh, okay, well, yeah, we play as literally every other character aside from Naruto more than we play as Sasuke. So, to a degree, you could almost say it is false advertisement. Because, yes, you do play as Sasuke. Yes, you do play as Naruto. But, realistically, you play as these classmates more than you play as Sasuke in the entire game. I mean, really. Because you only play as Sasuke, I think, like 2 or 3 times, tops. Whereas all these amigos, you play as more than that. Definitely, without a doubt. Because you obviously have to learn to play as them in those individual filler missions. Then you play as them again when you have to do the other filler that isn't related to the character. And it's actually, you know, just a separate filler just because it's, again, trying to extend the game. Then you play as them again when you're trying to fix the village. And then you play as them again when you have to retrieve Sasuke. So you do play as them more than you do Sasuke. I think Rock Lee is the only exception to this, because Lee you only play as once, and this is during the Sasuke retrieval. But I can understand in regards to that, because Lee is, obviously, because he can't do taijutsu, they didn't want to implement him as a main character, since he wouldn't really be able to do anything, even though I still feel like there is potential in the character. But, that's besides the point. But you get my drift, though. Definitely, it could have been done a bit better. I'm not really sure how they would have had it in such a way where Sasuke would have been a bit more playable. I think maybe the way they could have done it was maybe for all of these filler that actually are implemented into the game, every single one, Sasuke and Naruto are interacting with each other. Specifically after Sasuke is healed. So already this is like a good hour into the gameplay. Sure, I get that, but at least everything that I'm doing right now would have Sasuke involved, and it would feel like you're showing off a bit more to him, and you're making him even more jealous. And every single piece of filler that you do with him, viewing this and seeing just how much more stronger you've become, really does add more fuel to his rage, and jealousy. And I guess you could say, oh, but it's, it's a bit out of character for Sasuke to be tagging along with Naruto to get fucking Choji's chips or something, But I think that probably is the reason why they canned this original idea, if this was planned, because it would be a bit out of character. But yeah, I don't know. You'd have to do it in such a way where Sasuke is way more involved than he currently is. Like maybe you could split up the game so half of the filler that is more likely for Sasuke to be, implemented is just him, so you are playing as nobody else but Sasuke. Or if you are going to have an amigo tagging along, it's not Naruto, because that really would dive a bit more into that whole play as Naruto and Sasuke, Because the whole gimmick is that you're not playing as Sasuke because, he's like an amigo and he'll tag along with you. No, they're also advertising it as, no, he's actually a character that you can play as like a separate campaign kind of thing. He's got his own story separate to Naruto's. So yeah, no, I think it'd have to be done in such a way where he would be implemented and is used a lot more. What am I doing? Oh, cool! I could totally cancel that. How convenient. I kind of still feel like I should be tagging along to a shop or something, because I am actually out of strength pills at this point. Where's Choji? Why didn't you follow me, man? God damn it. Yeah, whatever. At least I shut down all the kunais. All the traps. At least I used my last strength pill on when I was just playing as Choji alone, because obviously Choji is a lot more not as overpowered with his strength compared to Naruto, since Naruto's been more upgraded. So yeah, I am glad I used my strength pill then, because at least Naruto's still got the upgrades. Sure, not as powerful if I had the strength pills, but still, it's a bit more balanced this way. God, there's animation delays there. Ugh. Why can I never get a hit in? I do something before him, but because his animation is faster, or not as acrobatic, and it's straight to the point, he gets it fucking first. I hate that about this game. I really do. Because I think Rise of the Ninja is a bit more equal with the animations. They're all pretty much the same, so if you get something first, you're gonna get it first, And I'm not saying every character's animations are the same, but I am saying that some are, roughly there. Now, oh, that's right, Ninja Info cards. What should I do about this again? Because I know I definitely should be going after the Zabuzas, but I don't believe I need the thirds. Because I know, Tsunades is around, but this is a tricky one, actually. I don't really know. I think Zabuzas is probably the most important from memory. I don't recall branching out to get any others, so Wow, these strength pills really are expensive. Sheesh. Alright. What about scrolls? Can I upgrade? Yes, I can, but I obviously don't have enough to do any of that at the moment. It's fine. Alright, cool. At least I got something out of that. Alright. And that's another thing too. They did actually ditch the teleporters that Rise of a Ninja had. I don't really know why they did this. Because I guess in a sense you do get a bit more graphics action going on in this game because it forces you to do the tree action sequences in order to get back to the village. So I guess, yeah, in that respect, I can understand they'd want to maybe, make you feel a bit more like a ninja, because you really do feel like you're traveling all the way back, as you would in the show. But nonetheless, I do appreciate Rise of a Ninja a bit much more, just because it's got that capability there, because it's a bit more optional. If you want to take the teleporter, you can. If you don't want to take the teleporter, you don't need to. And I think that's something this game does a lot. It forces you to do a lot of things that you normally wouldn't want to do, and would have the option to do in Rise of a Ninja. It forces you to do the social quests, the side missions. It forces you to go back to the village by the means of tree action sequences rather than teleporters. It forces you to meet up with all of your amigos before the Sasuke retrieval arc. Or for that matter, it forces you to watch the entire animation before you can do another state. Something, again, Rise of a Ninja doesn't do. I really do wonder, though, just how different this game would be if it had the same kind of coding and the same kind of methods and capabilities and options, for that matter, that Rise of Ninja had. But here, no, I really do wonder about that, though. Because, you know what, I actually think that, it was like this at one point in time, because I do remember seeing demo footage of the Broken Bond at E3, I think it was, and it looked fucking incredible. It looked just like Rise of a Ninja. Not visually speaking, but more so like the gameplay and the combos, how fast you were, how much damage they did. No, it really did look like the spitting image of Rise of a Ninja. It really did. So something obviously happened midway through. I don't know if it was rushed or anything, but I kind of understand if it was, because it's still an amazing game. I think it does miss out on a few beats here and there that that were reached in its predecessor. So what a shame. I'm kind of glad that this game doesn't crash nearly as often as Rise of a Ninja does. That certainly is an improvement. And I know that, I'm not sure if it was a mistake or an accident or whatever, but yeah, no, it definitely is a factor that you can actually crash Rise of a Ninja, and quite often, if you're playing it long enough, it can happen. That is a shame. So at least that's not here. This definitely does feel a bit more polished in regards to that. So no, definitely an improvement there. See, this is cool, because as I'm trying to fix the village kind of thing, I can really branch to different like routes and get more coins this way. And I think this is something that I kind of miss in this game. It just we don't do as much activity in the village, and I think that's what really separates this from Rise of a Ninja, because you do a lot more activity, if not all the activity is mainly in the village in Rise of a Ninja, whereas this game is quite the opposite. You know, you do more activity outside of the village than you do in the village. And I mean, I don't mind that you have to do more stuff outside of the village in this game. However, I do feel that you kind of do miss a bit more accessibility and capabilities that you had in Rise of Ninja. Most notably, as mentioned, that teleporter. It really did help a lot when you had things like that, you know? And I guess you could say, oh, but it feels more realistic now. You know, travel the same way a ninja would. And normally I'd say, yeah, sure, fine. But it's the fact that you had an option to do that previously, but now don't, when it should be the other way around, if anything. Because I definitely have chosen not to use the teleporters in Rise of a Ninja. I don't just go, oh no, I'll always use the teleporter. And I can, to a degree, see why people would have that mindset, because it's obviously more faster this way, sure. But I kid you not, I have actually decided in the past that, yeah, no, I do actually want to take a normal routing. I don't want to teleport my way back, just for that experience, you know? But yeah, this is what I was talking about, by the way, in regards to yeah, playing as all the characters before the Sasuke retrieval. And this, again, I don't know why they didn't do this. This would have been another good way to also implement Sasuke in, to have him a bit more playable. So you really do feel like you are playing as Sasuke more often, and he is like a main character. But he's there, he's fucking healed, he's right there. But do we play as him when recovering the village? No, we don't. So, if he was in the hospital, different story, but he's not. He's perfectly fine. Though, you know what, I think I say that, but I think at the start of this filler mission, they do actually say Sasuke is still kind of recovering, so he won't be here. I think. I could be wrong, but I mean, nonetheless, though, that's still a bit to go out of your way to say, yeah, this game you're gonna be playing as Naruto and Sasuke. That's the big slogan. That's the big, you know, thing. The big thing that will attract gamers to this. But then you're there to do it. You know, just again, you play as the Amigos more than you do Sasuke. And there's so many opportunities for you to have played as Sasuke in so many like different filler. Now I think is probably the most plausible out of all the others that I mentioned, but no, still. But no, what a real shame. I swear that purrs. Just like that. This must be the fireworks one. Yeah, it is. You know, it's interesting. Apparently, only an hour has gone by, but it really doesn't feel like that for me. I guess it never really does, to be fair. Just when you're doing it, you just go from one filler to the next, and it doesn't really feel like that much time has gone by, when in actuality, it's quite the contrary. So I guess this will be the part where I basically go after the Zabza ninja card, so I will do that momentarily. So I think that does actually help boost my like combos by like a lot, so definitely is worth going for. Yeah, that'd be right. Okay, so for this, I think we'll use Choji since he's got a lot more health. Wow, nice. Not even one trigger. Nice, that was actually pretty smooth. Not bad at all. Jesus. Oh, fuck off. Jesus Christ. Just like that. Man. And yeah, it's do Jitsu, didn't you? I mean, yeah, once Naruto is dead, that certainly does make things a lot harder. Because we're obviously not nearly as strong. But I think you might still be in the clear there. Yep, we're good. Only just there. And we have no ramen, that certainly helps. Alright, let's see if we can get back. Yeah, that'd be right now I take damage. Yeah. Alright. I will actually do a pit stop at the hotel so I can replenish all of our health. I was planning to do that originally, but I definitely need to do it a lot more now. Still though, overall that actually wasn't too bad. That definitely was a lot better than I have done that in the past. Alright, there we go. What the hell? She was walking on air, I saw that. I think I've seen that before. Alright. So yeah, at least now we have that ninja card scroll, so now we'll be a lot more overpowered. But I don't know if that means it's like automatically equipped or I have to manually do that now. I might have to manually do it, we'll see. Okay, so yeah, I think that... Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay, so... Interesting. Alright, okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I already had that equipped, but alright. Okay, so... Love this game. Me too, man. Though, would you say this is better than Rise of a Ninja? I don't know if I've asked that in the past. Maybe I have. Because this game really does get a lot of things right, but it's just some little tiny things that I would have changed, and to this day I still wonder if it's possible to mod certain things out that weren't necessary. Increase your chakra, gives you 10%, your opponent's chakra. Ryu. That's a tricky one. Actually, you know what? No, I'll spend some stuff here, I think. But even damage caused by combos by 30. $60. Yeah, that was the most important thing, I think. I forget if there's like a pill shop or something that I can upgrade my strength pills or something like that. Maybe that's at the ramen shop? Maybe? No, okay. But I will actually get some ramen now. So I definitely am in need of that. There we go. Cool, so at least now I can, yeah, recover everyone with a bit more ease now. I don't have to worry about going to, like, hotels or anything. Alright, there we go. Why do I keep doing that? This is the second time it's happened now. God damn it. Alright, let me just fix that up. Alright, there we go. The servers online, yes, they are still open to this day, and thank God, because, I mean, really, we are super fortunate to still have the capability of going online. No, really, we are very lucky. I would have expected when Ubisoft sold their licenses to Namco, I thought for sure that the online system would have gone down by then, especially since the DLC also went down. But no, we are very lucky to still have that capability. But this is also why I still feel the need to really revive this as soon as we can, because what's to say in the next year or two when they release the, what is it going by now? The Xbox Scarlet, I think it is? Xbox 2, whatever they're going by. What's to say when they release that Microsoft go, oh, well, latest console is out now, so yeah, people have to get with the new tech now, so because of that, we're going to shut down the 360 online, all the servers there, What's to say that won't happen? So, let's hope that day never comes, but for that reason, I think it is definitely worth getting as much as we can get done regarding online. Yeah, getting as much as we can as soon as possible, because I mean, every now and then I do go online just to relive that, because it is a very different experience to playing both multiplayer and just an AI battle, So, and this is also why I really do want to revive this on the Discord server, by getting as many people joined as possible, so we can really create a bit of a system where we can organize who's going to be going online, who's not going to be going online. Just to organize that a lot better. And we're getting there, slowly. But, yeah, all you need to go online, though, is you just need gold, really. Gold membership. So I thought it was a bit more complicated than that, but no, that's literally all you need. I just think that because of these two games being exclusive on 360, it really decreases the chances of people being online. Because I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that if you have online servers that for a game that's both on PS3 and 360, they should be able to connect with each other. I could be wrong, but I would think that they are Earth compatible. So in which case, why do I keep failing this? Goddammit! It used to be so good. But yeah, because they're compatible, it definitely does make the community a lot more easier to connect, But because these games are exclusive to the 360, it makes it a lot more harder to find members that are still playing these games to this day, So that's why I do feel the need to really get as much done. Why do I keep messing this up? I used to be so good at this. I think that should work now. Yeah, cool. Gonna say you really have to last second pull that off, and even then it's kind of a bit shifty. But anyway, we got it. I think I'm coming down with something. Goddammit! Hopefully I don't run into a bandit. That'd be a drag. I say that, but I'll probably jinx it or something. Oh, crap. Oh, there we go. Okay, so did I I might as well grab all the pills while I'm at it. Yeah, strength's easily more important at this point. Let's upgrade that to that to, and that again, and that again as well. All right, cool. So on one hand, this game characters to try another record, on the other hand, exploration is more repetitive, particularly small puzzles. Searcher. Still might have to say this game is a little better there. Yeah, no, that's understandable. I respect that. I just wish that, like, yeah, Rise of a Ninja was as big as this, because, you know, if it were, definitely it'd be up there as one of, like, the best Naruto games, because, you know, I think the only, like, nitpicks I'd have to say about both games is that it just doesn't have all the characters, you know? I didn't even know that Kabuto was involved with the plot of Rise of a Ninja until I watched the anime, you know? And for that matter, I didn't even know, like, all the other, like, classmate characters until I watched the show. And I guess, granted, sure, they are kind of there in the anime cutscenes of Rise of a Ninja, but it doesn't mean anything, really. They could be extras for all I know. But yeah, it wasn't until I, like, played more games and eventually got into the show that I realized, okay, no, these characters are more important than I thought. So if these games were to ever get, like, remade or remastered or something like that, even if it's like a fan-made remake, I think on the to-do list would be to add more characters, because they definitely did improve with Broken Bond, especially by having them, you know, a part of the plot as well, rather than just being there in battle mode only. But you definitely should also have those classmate characters to really just complete the whole cast, you know, because otherwise it feels a bit, you know, almost incomplete, you know. So and I do have the files, but I don't. Nothing at the moment has really been, like, fully, you know, like, ripped. So we don't really have access to, like, all the models. So I can't really say if you'd be able to like, see if there are actual unused characters in the files. Because, I mean, for all we know, they could be. Because I think they actually did say that Conqueror was in the game files of Rise of a Ninja. So I'm not sure if that means that, you know, he was actually a character and they just made him unused or something. I really don't know, but the fact that, like, he's not in Broken Bond does make me question it that much more. Oh, okay, I see. Sorry, I don't speak French, so no. I'd have to comment that or something, I don't know. Whoa! Oh, almost ran into that grab. Alright, there we go. Oh, I almost got another substitution. I love getting that substitution chain, because, like, it's such a, like, satisfying thing to see. Just, he gets a substitution when you're in the air, you get a substitution when you're in the air. It's just, oh man. Because you keep on getting, like, height as you continue this chain. It's amazing, it really is. And as I said this before, but I swear, if we had, like, Taz tools, we'd really be able to see just how overpowered the height for this could be, you know, so nah. That's probably too soon. Too late. Ooh, that looked pretty good, but it still fucked it. New too late. Too early. Ooh, that looks pretty good, but I still failed. I swear this is just like the water skip in Rise of a Ninja, because like sometimes you just get it first try, and then sometimes you just never get it at all. So I've always been a bit confused with this one. Maybe it's a height thing or something. Maybe it doesn't really matter, like how early or late you are. See, that time, oh, are you fucking kidding? I got it, but then whatever. But I think that time I was actually a bit more to the right that time, and I think, yeah, the more you are on the right, the more height you actually get out of that. So again, since I don't really mind when it comes to the time lost, because again, I don't really consider this like a full, like I'm trying to get a world record kind of speed run. Because again, this is the first speed run for this category, so yeah, I really don't mind. I swear, this track can really be a prick though, because like, as you just saw before, I literally got it. But then, of course, because the collision detection, I got a little too close to the edge to the point it triggered the water, which has always frustrated me, because you don't actually need to fall off of it, you just have to be right on the edge, and that can still trigger the water state. Normally I'd say it's, you know, whatever, I'll just take the normal route, but I got it before, I'll get it again. And again, if this was like a freaking, like a real time, I don't know, like I'm going for a world record, I'd say whatever, but nah, not this time. That really frustrates me there when I do get it, but then I like mess it up as I'm about to leave. Because I know that, you know, I'm going to have to spend that much more time getting something I already got, you know. Okay, there we go. So while I'm at it, I'll also replenish my health and also do that. So I think that's actually it. I think. Because that was like obviously the fireworks one. And I think after this we just have the Guy Sensei one with the shampoo recipe, whatever the hell that is. And then we actually get back to the canon stuff. So, no, this definitely does go for quite a while, the whole filler sequence. And I mean, I knew it did, and I didn't really mind how fast or slow I got through this, because again, I'm not really overly fussed with the speed for this run. Like, I'm still trying to go, like, fast pace, but I really don't mind if I, like, intercept time loss as I just did minutes ago. Okay, no, I can't go that way. So, man, it's kind of tricky, but you know, because again, these fillers could have been implemented in such a way where Sasuke is a lot more involved. Because the advertising is you play as Sasuke, you play as Naruto and Sasuke like a lot more than you would play as the Amigos. But I said it before, but yeah, you do actually play as the Amigos more often than you play as Sasuke. So, what the heck, you know? I just realized I probably shouldn't have taken this route, because I know there is a lot of a faster and easier method. And I can't switch my characters. Oh, but that'd be right, I can pause them so they don't follow me, that'd be right. Okay, I thought I messed that up, but no, we're good. Alright, now this will, I guess, confirm the theory regarding this. Okay, yeah, no, I guess I was wrong. The paper bombs are riddled in that one route. And I just wasted my time in that previous fill. Oh well. I don't mind. James allergic to touching the water. That is a good point. But it's weird though because like Sonic can like totally go underwater if you play the classics. Naruto can totally go underwater in the show. Like I'm not expecting like them to just program a separate like underwater gameplay physics, but I don't know. I do feel like something could have been done. Like Sonic's is a bit more understandable since okay, yeah, sure, he did do it in the classics and times have changed, but they could probably have it in such a way where it's you can go underwater, you can have all that kind of gameplay, but generally you'd prefer not to, or something like that. Something that combines the two, so it's like, oh man, after you finish the water sequence, he like almost complains about it and is like, man, that sucks. Let's not do that again, kind of thing. But with Naruto, I think it was just a case that they didn't want to have to program again like a new underwater style gameplay. And I totally understand that because, like, I mean, who would? It's unnecessary. It doesn't need to be done. It hasn't been done in any of the other Naruto games, or why start now when it's not even really there in the show? It only, I think, out of the entire series, I think it only happens 2 or 3 times where he goes underwater. And even then, one of those times I think is in a movie, so yeah, I don't think it's particularly right there. I think the only time he does it in the show, from memory, was when he's trying to like shoot up a fish or something, so Sasuke can grab it with the kunai in the Forest of Death. From memory, there might be another time that I'm forgetting, but that could have been interesting. I think if they like implemented that into the Forest of Death of Rise of Ninja, him, just doing a bit of a mini game to try and get the fish to shoot up or something. I don't know. But I can totally see why the developers might have thought that's unnecessary, let's not do that. But I think the thing that bothers me the most is the fact that I'm like so close to the water, and normally I think if this were like Rise of a Ninja, I wouldn't trigger the water death collision kind of thing, but yeah, for some reason they've like really amplified that collision. But yeah, it's like they've made the collision for the water like a lot higher than normal. So because of that, if you are almost touching the water surface and you go close to like the edge, it can trigger that. So yeah, it's a bit of a drag. Ow. Excuse me. So yeah, okay. I think after this we pretty much have a bit more leadway, a bit more like an exploration to all the maps now. I think. I'm gonna say, what is you? We're going to rinse. Oh, you mean for this filler I'm doing now? Cool. So it makes a bit more sense. Since he canonically cannot swim, but Naruto have no excuse. That is true. That is very true. But I think again they just, yeah, exactly. It's not needed, so I guess it's an easy way out. Them just going, oh, well, we'll just have him shake his arms, and then that's that kind of thing. But I don't know. It could be interesting there if someone were to try and tackle that. You know, have like an underwater kind of gameplay, or even if it's not like you go underwater, but rather you're, you know, swimming at the surface kind of thing. You know, something like that. That I could see that happening. That could be interesting. Yeah, I could totally see that happening actually, because that does happen in battles that take place on the water. You know, when you in the Naruto vs Sasuke battle, um, yeah, when you are like fighting on the water surface, you do actually see, you know, if like a really big combo takes place, you see like Naruto try to like climb back to the top of the surface kind of thing. He's kind of just floating there. So that happens. That could have been cool if they like implemented that. So I know that it's either this game or Storm where the character can actually go underneath the water when like a big combo takes place. Actually, it would have to be Broken Bond, I think, because I don't believe you actually go. Yeah, you don't go on the water surface in Storm 1. You do in cutscenes, but in the actual physical gameplay, no. You're just on like the mountainside. I never got that though. I felt like that was a bit of a missed opportunity by having the final valley in Storm 1 being on the mountainside rather than the water surface, even though the cutscene literally takes place on the water surface, you know? It seemed a bit inconsistent. And the only nitpick I'd say about, you know, that whole arc and battle. That was a waste of time. Skip that bandit. You know what? We're actually not doing too bad. You know, still less than 3 hours, but we're already this far into it. I'd say that's pretty good. I know it's still going to take us another 2 hours or so to get through the Sasuke retrieval arc, though, because that really does drag on, to be fair. But oh well. I'm in no rush. Oh, great. I know I can skip that bandit. That's kind of a frustrating one, because you can sometimes fluke it if you trigger the Rasengan to the side. Because if you do that, then you can jump over him after you've done it. Dude, how much fucking damage do I do? Holy cow, man. I'm a monster. Some people think I'm an alien, but I'm just awesome. Stone 4. Wait, what? That they were on the water? Yeah, I think they did improve in future games. I do remember that. I tried to jump over that, but his jump was so fucking weak I ran into it. Or jumped into it. Alright, I've got another battle to do. Hopefully I still get enough pills and strength pills for this one. Ooh. One opponent per killer combo. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Oh, come on. How did that not hit him? What's to say I won't have to fight more though after this? I still can't get over the fact that all of these guys are apparently paid actors. No, I'm not even exaggerating. That they actually, like, according to what Guy says afterward, no, they actually are paid and set up. Or rather, a guy hired them. So I don't know, maybe they aren't actors, maybe they actually are genuine ninja and he just hired them to beat the shit out of them. Or something stupid like that. Yeah, that's a good combo that I can't avoid. Jesus Christ. Forgot that there was one there. Alright, so if I'm lucky, I might not have to fight any more. Yeah, okay. Nice. I could have gone to the store, and I was gonna go to the store, but I don't want to anymore. Nah. I'll go to the store, just not there. Because that does increase the chances of fighting another bandit. Excuse me. But no. It just seems a bit... Yeah, it just seems more likely that I'll actually run into a bandit. You know, because it's a nuisance, because I still don't entirely get the whole pattern there as to where, when, and why. Because part of me does feel like it is a timed thing, because I have tested this in the past, and sometimes you could literally just be standing idle, and then all of a sudden a bandit triggers. But then there's other times where you could be standing idle, and then no bandit triggers, and it's to do with your progression, you know, how far away you are from from the tree that you gotta get through. Oh shit, I took the wrong route. Why do I feel like I gotta go to the Hokage mansion? Jeez. Alright, there we go. Biggest Stone one is that they completely skipped the Land of Waves arc. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. That definitely, I wouldn't say it annoyed me, but I definitely was curious as to why they skipped over that. Because I guess because I hadn't grown up with the show, so and for that reason I didn't. It didn't really. I didn't have that same kind of impact that it probably did for many others that did grow up with the show, and because I only just viewed it on Rise of a Ninja, I was more so curious than annoyed about it. But I think they did fix this up in Storm Legacy. I could be wrong. I haven't played that, but I know that they definitely did make them playable characters roughly around the time they did Storm Generations. So with them being playable, I would think that they would have implemented them into Storm Legacy when they tackled Storm 1 again. So I'd be a bit surprised if that weren't there, especially since they are playable. I'd imagine they just forgot. Well, maybe. I mean, I think it's more plausible that they wanted to do it, but they realized it was a bit sort of unnecessary. I mean, it's for something that's their big mission. They didn't want to remove it for that reason, but because they were still getting the character or the gamer, I should say, used to how you behave as like a ninja, what you do and how you do things, and you're still kind of going through all of your examinations. I think they wanted to go fresh from the Genin exams to the Chunin exams, so instead of putting you through a mission, they just decided to jump right to that, because they didn't have enough time to work on a separate mission. But still, I totally understand though. Yeah, as I thought, I am out of strength pills. Who would have thought? Just enough. Probably wasted all my rear when I could have originally upgraded. Yep, I could have upgraded that. Well, that's alright. I mean, I've got enough of those coins, so I just need to... Ooh! Don't mind if I do. Yeah, I've really wasted my reuse, so I have to rebuild that when I can. Yeah. Don't know if I should play as Sasuke or Naruto. Because Sasuke is automatically, by default, like, really fucking overpowered. But I think Naruto might just be more overpowered than Sasuke now because I've been making sure to upgrade all of his stats. He's certainly up there. I think he might actually be just a little bit more overpowered. But I will play as Sasuke because of reasons. But no, we barely play as him as it is, you know. I mentioned it before, but yeah, we really do play as the Amigos more than we do Sasuke, so at the least I'll give him a bit more screen time than he already gets. Oh, one fucking combo is completely gone, Jesus. Yeah, he definitely is overpowered. Because, again, you don't upgrade him, it just... I think as you progress with the story, it automatically does it for you. So, it's kind of good. You kind of hope that that'd be the case for all of your other Amigos, but no, can't do that. Gotta make use of them dojo challenges. Makes sense to me. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so... yeah, what we'll do is we'll do that. Actually, you know what? That could have been faster, I think. Then again, I could probably still try it out. Because I was thinking maybe... First of all, let's get Sasuke to be... whoops. Where he needs to be. And then we'll try what I originally wanted to see if I could achieve, which I don't think I'll be able to pull off after all. Maybe I'll try a double jump. I was going to say, if I could land on that rock, I could like totally skip it and then definitely save a bit of chakra there. Yeah, I might be able to still pull this off, but I don't have a lot of time left, that's for sure. Oh yes! Let's go! Did not think that would work. Holy cow. I'm not sure if I'd try and pull that off in a run, because yes, that is faster, but it is super risky at the same time. Damn, son. I've never done that before. Holy shit, what the fuck is up with a chakra? Man, it's big. Okay, so what was I gonna... I think I can do that, because when I... oh wait, no, I didn't do that right, I don't think. Hang on, a Sasuke... oh yeah, of course you're here. Yeah, no, I think I did do Sasuke right. Alright, so, yeah, follow... fuck this up. I don't know how Sasuke managed to get the Sakura... yeah, no, I did fuck up. God damn it. Yeah, that messed up that entire thing, because I didn't do it as Sasuke, I think. Time to do that again. See if I can get to Sasuke's route from Sakura's. That'd be interesting. Ooh, okay. Yo, that's so close I can taste it. Let's try again. That's a prick. No, it's not. I got it. Let's go. I think that's probably more consistent, to be honest. I was going to say I don't remember doing Sasuke's Chidori. How could I forget? What's wrong with me? Alright, back to Naruto. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, alright. Definitely worth taking down notes, though, for future runs. Again, I literally ran. I didn't even fall. Yeah, they've definitely raised the collision of the water. I'm not sure why, but it certainly is a thing. And now she's running with ramen still held. Are we getting that? She's literally still holding the ramen. Oh, that has disappeared now. Wonder what triggers that. Alright, normally I think you can actually skip this bandit, but I am going to trigger it nonetheless because I need Naruto and Sasuke to follow me. Because that'll respawn them. It's probably not faster this way, but that definitely is something that I haven't tested out and probably should at some point. It was a bit of a waste of a strength pill, but whatever. What? So I guess it makes sense. Yeah, sure. Still, it's like he's never used in gameplay aside from you know, when you use him at the very start of the game, and outside of that, the excuse for him not being in the game is that he's so weak. You know, he can't fix the village because he's still recovering. He's so weak. He's still weak. But then when we can play as him, he's fucking overpowered. I don't know, it just doesn't seem like that would happen. Because it just seems like they couldn't think of a good excuse to why Sasuke wouldn't be playable in the game when literally the advertising of the game is that you can play as Naruto and Sasuke. But they just thought, well, we'll just have him, you know, recovering for the whole game, and that'll be that. But I definitely do feel like they could have made use of Sasuke a lot more if they really did want to dive more into that whole play as Naruto and Sasuke throughout the whole game. Or for that matter, maybe they could have just gone, like, you know, with the Sonic route, having separate campaigns for the main characters. You know, if they really wanted Sasuke to be the main character, or one of the main characters, then, you know, have him have, like, a separate, you know, campaign, kind of like Naruto Generations. I could see that happening. Whew, that was close. Alright, let's upgrade while we can. Oh, I guess I can't. Oops. Oh well, at least I got one pill out of that. One combo, yo. Ooh, yes. I guess you could say that was kind of one combo too, since he blocked the last two and didn't for the first. Oh yeah, this is where they want me to use the Sharingan. It's kind of worthless, but alright. You know what, I kind of wish that they went with the same kind of anime plot for this, because they've got literally all the characters involved with this one filler, but yet they still felt the need to change the plot. Why? You know? Just seems a bit unnecessary. Maybe they just didn't want to implement what's-his-face. What is his name? I keep forgetting. You know, that kid that's like a Rock Lee wannabe, you know, with his running speed. Yeah, I think they just didn't want to implement that whole, oh, I'm from the Leaf Village and I'm a new character and I'm important to this fella. I should have started finishing exams. Showing. Then we need to add a bunch of fillers and you get to play Sasuke more. And most of the assets for it. You know, that's a good point. I never really thought about it that way. But yeah, you definitely would have played as Sasuke a lot more. You would have that way all the way up to the end of the Rise of a Ninja part. it would have gotten you a bit more familiar with how broken bonds physics work in the Rise of a Ninja part. But hey, what was I saying? Yeah, that could have been a lot more interesting. You would have played as Sasuke for both the first phase and the second phase, and that actually could have been really enjoyable. I feel that you would have been playing as, or you'd be versing Gara for the second phase. That would probably be the most interesting. I'm not sure at the first phase though, because he fights that sound ninja from memory, so I'm not sure. They'd have to obviously like do some kind of. I think that was the reason why they didn't end up going down that route where you could play as every character in the first phase of the exam, or even the second phase for that matter, because most of those characters they didn't actually have implemented. Which is why we don't get Sakura vs. Ino or Sasuke vs. what's his face, Yuri or whatever the fuck his name was. But you know, I feel like there is some sound ninja in this game, so I feel like they could have implemented that and called it a day. Because from memory, that there are ninja that have like a mask and wear glasses, so they could have implemented him. And actually, yeah, in Rise of a Ninja, there is actually someone who wears a mask and wears glasses. I wouldn't say he looks exactly the same, but he's called like a Jonin ninja in Rise of a Ninja. They could literally could have used him, as long as they called him like a Genin ninja or sound. No, you can do sound ninja, but I don't know, Leaf Genin or something like that. I don't know. That could have worked. Sonic Man? Oh, for the green haired dude. What was his name again? Owl or something? Something weird. I like that they're trying to relive that like childhood moment of Sasuke's, but you can literally see that that's Amu Itachi. Yes, that's accurate, but then they're using part one Sasuke, so he doesn't look like child Sasuke. It kind of works because of the height differences, but Itachi's meant to be as high as Sasuke, or maybe a little bit higher, and obviously Sasuke a lot smaller, the equivalent of Konohamaru's size. Dang, what's up with this lighting? I couldn't tell if it's because they're indoors or if it's the lighting, but I don't recognize it. I think it is indoor because I think it's the same lighting here, but they obviously look a little bit more different now that they're outside. Oh wow, substitution didn't work after all that? Yeah, whatever. See, this is why I sometimes feel that it's like really good that you don't upgrade, because if you upgrade Naruto's like health and chakra, you have to fight that when you play as Sasuke now, so you're kind of setting yourself up for a good battle here if you don't upgrade. So, no, it's kind of works. No, all good. See, I can see what they were trying to do here, but I could swear if they were to tackle this in Storm, it would have been a lot more accurate to how the anime handled those scenes. Like I don't mind it, but you can tell that they've looked at it and tried to recreate what they remember rather than trying to recreate what's right in front of them. You know. So I feel like that's like the main differences between how Storm handled what they were trying to achieve versus how Ubisoft tried to handle trying to recreate it. And that's another thing I think annoyed me about Storm, though. This probably annoyed me more than the Land of Waves arc. They didn't cover this at all from memory. They don't have Sasuke fighting the sound ninja. They don't have that whole cutscene, because even if they skipped over that battle, since you can't play as the sound ninja 4, and instead they just had the cutscene, that would have been so much more better than nothing, but we didn't get that either, so that, I think, annoyed me more than the Ladder Waves thing, because this is actually important to the whole plot, you know? The Ladder Waves arc is to kind of just set them up as ninja, and that is important, don't get me wrong, but I do feel like to the actual plot of part 1, like where everything is going, I feel like this is probably more important. But they still just skipped over it. It just jumped right to, hey, Sasuke's left, and that's it. We didn't even get Naruto versus Sasuke, you know? That would have been, at the least, something they could have implemented, but no, they didn't implement that from memory. Or if they did, it definitely wasn't near the hospital. So I know they sure as hell didn't do the cutscenes, but... Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, though, they might have done Naruto vs. Sasuke before he left. But if they did do this, this was probably the training field, and it was just normal-looking Sasuke, normal-looking Naruto. You know, they're not in the hospital, there's no Sakura panicking, there's no cutscenes. I forget if they've implemented it or not, but either way, the point is it's nowhere near as accurate as it could have been if it were implemented. But like even outside of that battle, though, like everything that comes after that, yeah, they didn't dive into any of that. So nah, it is a shame. I do feel like that is a bit of a missed opportunity, but you know, like the animation just. I wouldn't mind seeing eventually all the character models that we see in Broken Bond. Like Rise of a Ninja, I really don't mind because they don't have in-game cutscenes like this game does. But this game, more importantly, I really wouldn't mind seeing how they would look if you were to swap the models around with the Ultimate Ninja Storm models. That is something I'd really like to see because I think they could actually look better. Because even I've got to admit, for someone who is a fan of these games more, I think that the Storm models are just a little bit more accurate. Because that happens. That too. See, this is probably the best part of the game, I think. Just the visuals. And it's like, it's something we only see once, and... I mean, aside from it being pretty unrealistic, it still looks pretty fucking awesome. I think I kind of perked a bit at this in that Halloween.exe video I covered. on the channel not too long ago. I tried to take the grinding route, but that totally fucking failed like 3 times now. But oh well, we're already there, so... Oh yeah, let's stumble over, that'll delay it even more. So they did add the first Naruto vs Sasuke fight. I was going to say, as I was saying that, I do actually remember them implementing a Naruto vs Sasuke, but it was just in the training fields. It didn't have all the cutscene jank, it wasn't in the hospital. Yeah, it didn't have the same kind of feel that Broken Bond had, and the anime itself. It didn't really seem like it was that scene, because I don't even think Sakura was there from memory. I don't think she was there worrying, or she jumped in. There was no cutscenes from memory, so it was just the fight, and that was it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was going to say, if they did implement it, it would have had to have been the training fields. But yeah, it's coming back to me now. I do remember. Yeah, that could have been handled so much more better. Because, I mean, at least we got something, I guess. But the way they've handled like the previous cutscenes and the previous battles, they easily could have implemented that, And now that I think about it, I don't actually think they implemented Itachi vs Naruto or Itachi vs Jiraiya. I think they skipped over that too, so... And I know that they did come back to this. They did implement the hotel in, I think it was Ultimate Ninja Storm Generations. But yeah, now really thinking about it, they actually did skip some key parts of the story. So... What a shame. I know that they had Itachi vs Kakashi, I remember that, because that was the very first time I ever saw that outside of the anime, because that's something that they didn't actually implement into Broken Bond, so I thought that was a bit of a missed opportunity on this game's behalf, but outside of that, though, I don't recall them doing Itachi vs Jiraiya or Itachi vs Naruto in the hotel. So, I don't know, this could easily be stuff that they implemented into Storm Legacy, and because I haven't played it, I wouldn't know if they've done that. So I definitely would like to play Storm Legacy sometime, either this year or next year, see how we go for time. But, yeah, I really am curious to see just what's up, if they have improved, if they've implemented stuff that wasn't in the first one. Because I know that they probably would have implemented things like... what's it called? The Land of Waves arc, but the things like Itachi in the hotel, Naruto vs Sasuke in the hospital. I don't know about that hospital one. I really, really hope that they have. I'm not counting on it, but I would like to see that when going into it. And I'll try to avoid spoilers. Done a good job so far. Oh yes, no please, rage. That'll delay it. Support character and so on. Yes, I do remember that. Third, I thought they would DLC there, but I do remember they definitely weren't playable, which I thought was a missed opportunity because obviously they are playable here in this game. So that really annoyed me. I forget if they improved that though, because I do remember seeing videos on YouTube in the past and in previous Storm games before Legacy where you could actually play as them, and I wasn't sure if that was a mod or if there was something else, some other trickery going on. But it really added like a separate effect, haven't they, for Sasuke's rage? Literally everybody else is the same except Sasuke. I don't get that. I kind of would have preferred if they just stuck to the whole Rise of the Ninja thing with just different colors per character. So that still looked visually impressive, and it was individual and separate to characters that you're playing as. But anyway, I'm nitpicking. This game should have made the player choose Sasuke to stay in the village. let him leave. Sasuke when I play in Freaking Bond. That is a good point, though. I have always wondered why they just kind of force you to just leave, like it's your mission, leave the village kind of thing. Like, what the heck, you know? Because at least if you choose to stay, maybe, you know, that could change how the plot progresses. Like, meaning, you could do maybe some more social quests in the time after the Naruto vs Sasuke battle to now, you know? Or something like that, I don't know. No, she wasn't there. Who's Sakura? Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't recall it being there. I mean, on one hand, oh well, we don't get an exact recreation of that entire scene and fight. But on the other hand, yes, we don't have fucking Sakura. None of the freaking stop it kind of screams, you know, just all of that crap. We've already cooked enough of that from this game. What? Chapter? I assume you mean favorite character? I mean, my favorite character in this game, I think, is probably Sasuke, because he's just got a lot more acrobatic abilities and animations. And he can, like, literally do, like, fire-style jutsu as one of his combos. That's, like, so cool. And I wish they did more of that, if anything. But if you mean favorite chapter of all like the filler that you can do and all the canon elements of this game, that's a tough one because most of the filler I don't like because of just how unnecessary it is and how much it drags the plot. But I guess in terms of filler, what's my favorite filler? I didn't mind the one that they did where they like implemented what's it called? What's it called? The fucking the one that they copied from the anime, you know, the one with the ex Leaf Shinobi that stole the second Hokage sword. That was cool because that was a bit of a reference to something that does actually happen in the show. So that'd probably be my favorite filler. But I guess in terms of the like plot elements, easily the Sasuke retrieval arc because it's the most interesting, and it really puts your characters and abilities to use. Like I think I'm more used to Naruto because obviously he's the main character for both two games. But aside from that, though, yeah, Sasuke. It's weird though because like you can really see the change from how they've developed Sasuke for Rise of a Ninja compared to how they've developed him for Broken Bond because they've obviously upgraded him a lot so he's a bit more important because obviously he's going to be a bit more of the focus of this game so they've got to make him more interesting. So that's why they've done that. But even so, I don't mind Sasuke in Rise of a Ninja, but I do feel they kind of did miss a bit of an opportunity there. I'm very curious to see just how they would handle Sasuke in Rise of the Ninja if you copied all of his animations and move sets from this game to it. So that would make for an interesting mod, I feel. Oh, whoops, I messed this up. I need two characters to be helping me out here. What? Why isn't he full? Why is that not opening, for that matter? I might have messed this up, actually. Yeah, you know what? I might have messed this up. So I think I need 2 characters. Oh, no. There we go. Is that gonna, like, do it, or not? Because that closes that. And if we get this one open, then there we go. That's kind of confusing. Alright, so then we go Churgy. Where do you go? Do you go then? Okay, that locks us in there, but that still doesn't tell us how to... it's not gonna... Maybe it was over here. Ah, no, that still doesn't do it. Alright. I used to have like a pretty consistent pattern on how to do this, but I don't know, maybe I hadn't got that documented or whatever, but that's weird. Like how they developed columns using these eavesdropping in the background. Yeah, that was really cool. I'm glad they did that. See, it's little things like those that are really... It adds to the plot that we already know, and because of that, you have a lot more respect for what they've done. And granted, yes, while it is a bit of a quick way of extending the plot even more, I don't mind it, because like I guess if you were to remove all the unnecessary filler, that I'd have no problems with that being there at all. This one I'm doing is sort of among those lines too, because this sort of is in the plot, you know, because we're obviously trying to get the secret of the triple threat. However, it's never shown that you help Churgy get the ingredients for it, you know? It's just, oh, Churgy just says he's got a secret weapon with him, you know, and that's that. So it's cool, again, that they show the behind the scenes of how that happened, how they got that, but at the same time, I don't really agree with the positioning of when this took place, because Sasuke literally just left the fucking village, but they just interrupted that whole sequence with this. So I feel like this could have been done before that second Hokage filler mission, or after that, before the Naruto and Sasuke battle. Well, you know, something like that. I don't know. But because it's interrupting the Sasuke retrieval arc, it kind of takes me out of it, you know, and it doesn't really feel as impactful because I have to do this, you know. So I remember feeling that exact emotion on the first playthrough. It just, I knew he was going to do that. Last hit, rage, lovely. Yeah, no, just I was like, oh wow, Sasuke just left. What the heck? How's Naruto going to react to this? But then they just go, yeah, you got to do this now. It's like, what? What? He would have been informed before he went on any mission, you know? But I don't know, it just kind of sort of bothered me. Actually, you know what? Before we leave, because I keep forgetting to do this, and I will do this now, in case I do run into any other bandits or whatever. Pills. Here we go. And while I'm at it, yes, grab you too, because that was certainly overdue. Meant to do that ages ago. Alright. Away from the hospital in Sasuke. Broken Bond quest. Developers should have said earlier. Meanwhile, for the whole triple threat. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I've never really thought about it that way. Yeah, because they do show this in the show. They kind of hint that Jiraiya was going to have a talk to Naruto. You know, he's standing there, Naruto kind of just walks by. Nothing happens after that, but you can kind of assume that maybe, you know, in the game version, yeah, he did have a talk, and while they don't show that, what actually happened is either he did have a talk with him, and then the secret of the triple threat mission then, or Neuroconver and just ride into this mission. But yeah, that definitely could have worked. That would have been a nice way to give Naruto a bit of a break from Sasuke. Though I personally probably wouldn't have done it that way there, because again, it still kind of takes you a little bit out of that whole arc because it's building up to the Sasuke retrievals. So, I mean, that's just me, but yeah. What do I need for this? Yeah, okay, Naruto is the one that has to stand here. I really should play or replay Storm 2 though. I think, again, once I cover Storm Legacy, I'll really be able to confirm what's going on, because even though it has been a while since I've last played Storm, any of the Storm games for that matter, I should remember as I play through and just be like, oh yeah, okay, I remember this, I don't remember this. But I did like that they split up the whole plot of Shippuden once they got past Pain, because I always thought that was a really good way to end off a game. But I don't agree with how they handled Storm 3. Storm 3 literally could have gone right into Storm 4 and still be the same game, I think. I mean, that's just my opinion, but really not that much happens afterward. It's mainly filler in the show, but yeah, in terms of the game, they could have handled that in the one game, I feel. But yeah. Damn! 2 enemies, 1 strength pill. Let's go. Please don't rage. I will destroy you otherwise. Alright, let's try co-op. He's probably going to rage after that. I just don't want him to rage, that's all. Oof. He had the perfect opportunity to do it, but thank fuck he didn't. Because I tried to, like, combo right into him when we respawn, but for some reason, some stupid reason, I didn't trigger. That'd be right. Big monster goes, let's go left at night. Naruto wakes up and goes from Choji, and it was sunset almost 20 hours later or more. Yeah, that is. Yeah, I never really liked that. Then again, I say that, but even I don't think they did this, but in the show, it does actually go past nighttime, so I guess it could kind of set up as they're progressing towards Sasuke. They'd accurately recreate that same kind of, they left at sunset and they, it obviously traveled into nighttime, just like the show. So that could have worked, because I never really felt like it was that realistic by them leaving literally in the morning, because that's what happens in the show. Right as he wakes up, he gets aware of Sasuke leaving. They leave, and then for the entire day, they're just chasing him, until it's nighttime, and they're still chasing him. And then when they catch them in the morning, that's when all the fun stuff happens. It just seemed a bit like, what, they were like hopping trees for the entire day, and they didn't get, out of breath or anything. They didn't have a break. I don't know. It just seemed a bit like, wait, what? Really? That happens? Really? Nah. Really stretching my disbelief now. Non-stop for a day. Did I miss some? I think I missed some. Of course, no, just one. I always miss one. Ah, because it's up there. There you are. Alright! And then I gotta fight an unnecessary bandit because game ain't long enough as it is. Ah, yoy man. God, that animation delay. I can't get used to it, I'm sorry. He's like standing idle, I think, for a second, maybe even 2 seconds, and it just kind of goes on. Please don't rage. Please don't rage. Yay! Man, I'm super lucky that they aren't raging as often as I'd normally assume they would. Let's see if I can get this. Of course not. Of course not. That's better. I was gonna say that did feel better time-wise. Ooh, right in the fucking noggin. Nah. Still brutal. You know, I can't really picture them putting this into the show, though, if they were to tackle this in some kind of filler. But still, it's interesting to think about, though. Oh, that's right, I can't go this route. Why do I always keep assuming that you can go that way? And why are my Amigos not following me? I jumped! I literally jumped and he didn't jump. What the heck? And I just got demolished, of course. First time I've died, I guess, or gotten a game over. That's another thing. Why didn't they implement frickin' memo clips? Like teleporters, it's like a crucial part of its predecessor, but like it's not here. Why is it not here? I do feel like we missed out on a lot of content that, you know, was there, and yeah, was there in the previous game, but not now. Whoa! Calm down, boy. Alright. You really gotta know your times for that, I guess. Obviously an inconsistent pattern, but whatevs. Haha, I blocked it in time. It's the first time. So I usually do know what I've got to do, but by the time I've figured it out, it's too late. What a waste of a jutsu, just switches to the other character. For that matter, you would think it would kind of carry over or something like that. But no. Yes, again, no fucking rage. Dude, I'm so fortunate. And that was the last one, wasn't it? Yeah, that's the last Bandits Ninja or whatever. Oh my god, the rope on the shader on the rope. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Right, yeah. No, I definitely. I think it's one of the main reasons why he wasn't implemented when fixing the village, because apparently there are excuses that, oh, he's too weak still, you know, he's still recovering. Ooh. Yeah, sure. That's why when you play as Neji and you go down that route where Sasuke is, he's just chilling there, just standing hands in his pockets, looking like a badass. Yeah, sure. That too, yeah. No dojo challenges, which again I think is part of the reason why it just automatically updates his stats as you progress with the story. And you don't really see this. You only see like Sasuke just improve like 10 times just all of a sudden once you go from the first time you can play as Sasuke to well, rather, I shouldn't say play as Sasuke, but the first time you actually get to, like, you know, have him tagging along with you. Actually, no, I retract that, no. When you are playing as him, because you do play as him when you do the Itachi arc, yeah. When you're playing as him to when you do get to play as him in an actual mission, you know, you do see a big noticeable difference there. And speaking of big noticeable differences, check out the environment right now. You know, it's all happy and peaceful and almost it almost looks the same as Rise of the Ninjas, you know, graphics, and I think it's just the environment itself, the textures and shading. It just makes it look a little bit different, you know. But it's all peaceful and calm and not too bad overall, right? Now let's exit the village after learning that Sasuke has left the village. Now we're back in Batmanville, fucking Gotham, man. Look at this. Just I swear the environment is just, or like they've totally switched it up so it's like a reflection of the character's immersion, which I guess to a degree would explain why Sasuke, when you're about to leave the village, has like a really doomsday kind of sky and really evil blue-looking lighting. Yeah, so I guess it kind of does, you know, make sense if you're thinking about like the characters' reflections, their emotion kind of thing. But man, still, you can't. I don't know. It just seems like it's in your face, noticeable here, and it kind of takes you out at times. The Sasuke one was probably the most impressive by far, but I don't know. It just seems a bit like, oh, it's happy when Naruto doesn't know anything, but then he now does know, and now everything's depressing. You know, just I think that one's a bit too. I don't know. It's not realistic, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And I think that's why Rise of a Ninja kind of does feel a bit more realistic, because, you know, we don't get really any changes in progression. It's only at the start we get sunset when you're playing as walking Naruto, or then you get nighttime when you're playing as, you know, still the ceiling scroll Naruto. But after that, it's virtually daytime for the entirety of the entire game, you know. So no, it's just soft lot to use nothing but that, I guess. Alright, I think we're pretty much done. But I will upgrade everybody's health just to be really on point with that. Actually, you know what, I'll do that first, and then I'll do that. Probably won't be able to afford anything after that. Yeah, no. I've literally got no Ryu now. Oh well. No matter, no rush. And we still got to remember too, we've still got a long way to go. Because this Sasuke retrieval is probably going to take about an hour or two, depending on how fast we get through this, I guess. But more importantly, though, after we beat the story mode, we've still got to continue running because we've still got to get the coins. Because that is the whole point of this run. It's the coin marathon of Broken Bond, pretty much. And yeah, in this run, I will be. The main focus is the coins, so I really should be branching out to get as many coins as I can as I progress with the story. But I guess I kind of just want to get all the story elements out the way so that way I can focus on nothing but the coins afterward. Because at the moment, if you look at your map, you don't see your coins on your map. Whereas as soon as you complete story mode, you know, fail at the Sasuke retrieval, then your coins start to show on your map. I'm not sure why it's like this, but that's how it is. So because of this, I want to be a bit more, you know, I want to see where I'm going, because, you know, I don't have a good map, so why not actually get a legitimate game map, you know? So it's one of the very few things that I would have really loved to have seen in Rise of a Ninja, you know, having coin locations on the map, you know, that would have been super useful. But no, can't have that. I mean, we do have a bit of a tutorial now, so that certainly is useful, but not by a long shot. Especially since we had to manually do this rather than the game providing this info. But yeah. But that wasn't too bad though. Making all the way to the tree here. Like, I'm usually a bit better with that skip, but I still think we did do faster, because you'd have to do Naruto Shadow Clones, then Shikamaru's Shadows, Not to mention the fact that my amigos weren't actually following me when I got to the part where you would need to use Shikamaru. So I would have had to have backtracked and got him to follow me, or even trigger a battle to get them to respawn. So I think that was a bit of time save right there. So yay. Radio remains. Speaking of the Weathering United Kingdom, reminds me of the Weathering United Kingdom. Damn. Don't do that, man. Don't say that. You're gonna discourage me from wanting to fucking visit. And I really want to visit. Nah. I mean, from what I hear, it rains quite often, and I sound weird, but, you know, that's kind of my weather. But no, it never bothers me. It rained. Okay, here we go. I gotta do this. Now, I realize I haven't done the dojo challenges, sure, you know, and for that reason, perhaps this will take a bit of time. But, you know, I am prepared to take the strength pills. I just hope it doesn't drag on, because I have 2 battles to get through. Well, I guess 4 specifically, because I'll have to do 2 phases of the Sound Ninja 4, or Sound Ninja 2 for this first phase, before I can upgrade my strength pills. But I'll try to use a strength pill. See, like, for this phase, I'm quite happy to use 2. I shouldn't need to, I don't, you know, particularly want to, but depending if I'm struggling will determine if I, you know, use it, because remember, again, I don't actually get a hub world after I defeat Jirobo. It goes right from this battle to a tree action sequence, which makes me go right into the Kidomaru boss battle. So I do have a limited amount of strength pills, so if I waste them all on this boss battle, that's it. I won't have anything for Kidomaru, so I want to at the least use 2 or 3 tops for this boss battle. So I've already used 2, so I don't want to have to result in using another one, especially since this next phase isn't necessarily related to taking down health. You just have to take it down to a certain point, then you just have to wait about a minute or 2, and then you're good. So I think for this one I'll try my best not to use any strength pills, because with the scrolls that we've already got equipped, that should hopefully be enough to help me get to this right here. Yep. So there you go. I've done it, you know, I just have to make sure he doesn't trigger any jutsu, because I think that does prevent the time from progressing, so still not too bad. The best way to kill the time without, you know, taking damage is just grabbing any future runners that might want to attempt this. But it's good. It's good. That I managed to find the press version of 6. Say what? Hang on. Let me just grab them again, which I'm failing to do. There we go. It's like I try to use a ninja has it, but the bad news is that it has disc rot. Oh, you're talking about the review copy. Yeah, man, I've already got it. Like, if you click on his download links, they don't work. Fortunately, I already downloaded this copy before the downloads were taken down. But yeah, don't, man, it's frustrating, because there's no doubt in my mind that there is differences in the files, but from everything that this ninja user ripped, there is no differences, because, how do I explain this? There's 2 main folders in Sonic 06's game files, right? The first being Win32, which contain very unimportant files. They just contain like animations and sprites only. Then there's another folder called Xenon. What the fuck just happened to that cut? Okay, oh, alright. Whatever. But yes, this other Xenon folder contains the more important game files, so like character abilities, what triggers certain scripts in the game's story. All that kind of jank. Unfortunately, for this review version, or press version of 06, the Win32 folder was the only thing that this ninja user managed to rip from the ISO, which is a real shame, because as mentioned, the Xenon folder has more important files, but this wasn't ripped because, again, bit rot. So it's a real bummer. It really, really is. Because I do believe, um, even with all the unimportant files ripped and confirmed that all of the files in Win32 folder aren't different, they're literally the same as the retail versions, I still do believe that in the Xenon folder there were files that were different to the final games files. I mean, that's just a guess. I could be dead wrong. It could be the exact same, but we confirmed that the launcher file known as default XEX, this does actually have different code compared to the final version of the game's launcher XEX. So the fact that it has different code in such a file like that means it is definitely a different version of the retail one. So I do believe that it does have some, at the least some file difference that probably just hasn't been ripped as of now. So I'm hoping that some kind of hardware can be, I guess, implemented or created from scratch. I don't know how this would work, but some like software or hardware, whatever it is, can be created and it can help rip the entirety of this game's ISO and all of its game files without having the side effects of bit rot. So I don't know if this will ever happen. I really don't. But that's the only thing I can think of. Something new would have to be made that will allow us to get the game files without bit rot getting in the way, you know. So, because according to the article, I don't recall him saying that the discs, like, it didn't have any like marks on it. So, yeah, it's just this bit rot issue. But and I've been playing the review copy from what has been ripped for years now, and every single time I've played it, I haven't encountered like a single difference. So that's again why I feel the Win32 is the exact same copy as retail's files. It's just, again, I feel that the Xenon files probably were different. Even if there were minor differences, I still do believe there was something there originally. Man, he really is fast. I keep forgetting just how acrobatic he can be. But, yo, we actually got through that first phase fairly quickly. Oh, we're back here. That was fast. So I forget. I think this... Yeah, no, this one does actually require, I think, a bit of... Yeah, no, it is. It's a health mission. So this is why I wanted to hold on to those health strength pills, because I will need to take down as much health as possible without him spamming the jutsu like so. Jesus Christ, that was close. Very close. Come on, hurry. No! See, this is the part where it's going to sting like a bitch, because he's going to spam his jutsu like so if I fuck up. Yeah, this is easily the killer of the run, I think, because this can actually drag really badly. So... Luckily, his jutsu is pretty crap and it never reaches me, but he can trigger the jutsu so fucking quick, it's like embarrassingly bad. So I'll try and get it now. Hopefully I don't fuck up. There we go. That was pretty good. So just a minor muck-up, but I guess what can you say, I guess? Because, like, really... He is, like, shitloads faster. Like, this is probably the worst part of the game, I think, because, no offense, but they really did mess up this boss battle. They made him, like, crazy overpowered. They coded the AI so he will trigger his jutsu almost at any point in time. And to make matters worse, the speed of how quick the jutsu charges has been amplified, I think, by 5, and I'm not exaggerating it. It does feel like that because it's quite slow for any kind of character you play as. But for some reason, they really amplified the fuck out of this for all of these sound boss battle characters. I don't know. Just for some reason, they just really messed up the speed. It's just crazy overpowered. So if you react to it and try to hit him or, you know, do something to cancel out of it, you can't do it, because by the time you're reacting to it, he's already charge the jutsu or whatever, you know? It's ridiculous. And then we have some painful Orochimaru screams, which, for some reason, no audio is coming out. Hey guys, how come we don't have game audio? Let me rephrase that. Do we have game audio? Because it's saying that there's no game audio on my capture card. That's weird. Have we had game audio for, like, do we know, like, roughly when the audio cut out, if it is out? Because I just noticed that now. There's, like, no, it's not showing any audio on my capture card. What the fuck? Might have to temporarily jump out of my capture card. Oh. Okay, now we have audio. What the fuck? We had no audio for that cutscene. What the fuck? That'd be weird, though. No lines, no fucking audio, no... I mean, I think I purposely turned down the music just to not get any more copyright strikes. But, still, no, interesting, alright. Can be saved. There's a company called Drive Savers. They were famous for saving the Who Shoot My Mr. Burns episode, and that means there's a chance to save the disc. Ah, okay, that's the savers, drive savers. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for bringing this to my attention, man. I appreciate this, because I actually do have contact with this ninja user, so I might actually point this out to him, and let's see if he can maybe take it there. Because yeah, if you know there is a way to restore this, then holy cow, you know we might actually be able to get some new 06 file content. Who knows? But no, thanks for bringing that to my attention, man. Very much appreciated. Yeah, no, that's all good. Do you have Tune In Sasuke? On this copy of the game? I don't know, actually. I think I do. Because the fact that I do have, just enough. The fact that I do have the Rise of a Ninja DLC here, I think that means it's more than possible for me to have, yeah, the Broken Bond DLC. I'd be a bit surprised if not, because I know that I have had a version that does work, so it's certainly a possibility. Alright, cool. Got a bit of an auto-save there. Yo, what is up, builders? How you going today? Ooh, that was close. This is an RGH 360. Ooh, now... Okay... What? I've done this before. I don't know how I did it, but I remember being able to skip this part with ease. I don't know how the hell I did this. Because I remember there was like a really weird skip I did, like a clip here, which I don't know, that's probably inconsistent if anything. But I think it was more sort of like I stood on this part of the terrain, and somehow I found a way. Maybe I have to sprint hop. Yeah, that's it, sprint hop. What did I used to do before? Because that felt easy. Maybe it was a double jump previously. And I think you can jump here, I'm not sure how. Oh fuck, that ninja's coming up. I'm gonna have to fight him if I don't get this. No! Oh! Fucking hell. He's coming! And I know I will have to fight him if I get too close, so I'll let him pass. But I know there's a way to do this. I don't know how though. Like, maybe there's a rock there that I can land on. Okay, for reals. Fucking you guys, all of you can fucking just stand there. Stop getting in my way. How did I do this? I know I've done this plenty of times. Ah, there is collision there, that's why. Ah. So I have to land there without failing. And why does my camera keep resetting? There we go. And then I do it. Like so. Cool. Alright, that's a bit of time save, I think, because I think I have to fight a bandit if I mess that up, so... Yeah, that was super easy, barely an inconvenience. Wow. I think that's like the first time I actually managed to pull off all the skips for that route. For this entire map, because there's like 2 major skips, and I just performed all of them, I think for the first time in a run, because I don't think I've ever done that before in any big run. Or even if it's just like a story mode run, I don't think I've pulled it off then and there. Okay, I don't have enough for you for that, whatever. Whatever, I'm good. Alright man, no worries. Understand. Actually, I think there might be someone in my family who has a birthday today. So what is it? It's the... I think it's probably different time zones there, because here it's the 19th, or it might be the 18th for some of you guys. So that was the whole point of this stream, to be streaming now, because I was going to do this yesterday, but again, I realized that for time zones, most people will be on the 18th now. I say that chat's probably going to be like, now it's the 19th, man. Alright, okay, so what am I doing now? I'm doing... Is it Kiba's first, or... Oh, no. Oh. Fuck. I think I just killed the game. Fuck me. Yeah, I killed the game. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. And this is why Broken Bond should have 2 order saves versus 1. Alright, that's a dead run right there. Oh, fuck me. You gotta be kidding. That is literally... Yeah, that is a dead run. I cannot save this, because once you reach like a map like this, you cannot get back. There's no trees. This is a battle arena that I'm standing in right now. That's why I fall when I try to go outside. And okay, I can switch characters. Oh man, that's embarrassing. I thought for sure that... I didn't realize that could mess up this badly. Because I have actually gotten this to occur in the past. Because if I select my USB, I have a crap ton of crazy game saves on here. Yeah, literally, this is exactly what I've loaded into. So I've actually got a copy of this game save on my USB. I'm here in the, when you fight Orochimaru and Kabuto, that's that map right there. I'm not sure what this one is. That might be the Jirober map. This one's the Kimimaro map right here. I think this one's probably the more stable one. Okay, so that's an hour into this. I don't want to continue from another game save, though. That's the only thing. I mean, I guess I could, because it doesn't really matter about coins until... Oh, but then again, that would be affecting the coin chain, and that would fuck that run up. Sheesh. Like predecessor, like sequel, I guess. Oh, okay, so I'm doing this mission with a shampoo recipe, I think. Yeah, I am. But this save doesn't have Sasuke and Sakura following me when it should. Okay, and I think, again, this one is the Jirober map, which means I should be infinitely falling. Because this map specifically, for whatever reason, doesn't have any collision compared to every other battle area map. Yeah, see? Yeah, this is the Jirober map. It's actually quite big, because I can't actually see where the battle takes place. So maybe it's behind me kind of thing or something. I don't know. It's hard because I can't like tilt my camera in time unless I like do that maybe. Yeah, I still can't. I still don't recognize this map. I think there's a there is. There's like a bit of a dock here. A few boats around and all that you don't really see in the actual battle arena. Never thought that'd happen. Like, I'm glad I got that skip, but what? I need to know what actually caused that, because that run was going really well, actually. Because yeah, we're like literally on like 4 hours. We had just under an hour to do the rest. That could have been a potential world record for story mode if I wanted to just do that for the run. Like, it wasn't perfect, and I made sure to take my time on certain parts, but I think that was pretty fast, actually. Overall, I did get most of the skips done. Happened to you in the demo? Wait, what? You can do this in the demo? How can you do that in the demo? I don't think I've done that before. By the way, the other day I found something in R6 that may be useful. What's up? I might as well visit here while I'm at it. It's kind of funny. On the anniversary stream for Rise of a Ninja, I fucked up the run. Same here for Broken Bond. So I guess this kind of leaves room for another Twitch stream, I guess. That ought to be fun. Yeah, this map is like really big, actually. I think it's probably one of the biggest. And it's actually, we're going to be really grateful that, there actually is collision for most of these battle areas, because normally these are just for cutscenes or the battle itself. So, yeah, no, it's very cool that we can actually free roam around here and still have collision. Tells if you fly through the dash rings and your flight runs out, he will still keep his momentum rather than dropping straight down. Oh yes, I think I might have run into something like that. It's just a shame that the full speed doesn't carry over your fly speed, because that would be very useful for speed runs. So it does happen. Okay. Well, that certainly has piqued my interest. See, this doesn't have a lot of collision. I think what I'll do is yeah, because this run is dead, I hate to say it, but again, since there's like I haven't saved it, and there's no other autosave copy, that run is lost now. So I will switch over to the demo, because I'm actually kind of curious to see if I can, get some kind of results, like that. Because I haven't really tried to glitch hunt the demo as much as I have the final game, so yeah, I wouldn't mind looking into the demo. That way I can also kind of explain why I can't mod the demo to this day. But yeah, let me just give me a second, guys. I'll switch over. But yeah, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah, let's continue. So, yeah, this is an interesting demo, and surprisingly enough, it is actually moddable, and I have modded it. But it's an interesting case, and this is why I'm also kind of a little late when it comes to streaming this on the anniversary date, because you see, I've received the flirts for the final game of Broken Bond and even Rise of a Ninja, you know. And but basically, by receiving the flirts, it allows me to, like Cheat Engine, real time. I can modify the game and just like launch a file and see what kind of like crazy effects I can get out of it. There's one code that allows me to disable the collision, and with the file swapping, the Demers files, I have actually managed to implement an unused version of the Demer. I'm not sure if that means it's like an E3 Demer version or some other Demer that isn't publicly available, but it definitely is different. It has a different layout. The ring missions that we're about to do now is very different in this other version of the Demer's placement. The only downside to this version of the ring mission is that, unlike this version where the gates are open, the gates are closed in this other modified version. So in order to get by the gates, I need the flirts to disable the collision so I can actually mod myself out of the gates and complete the ring mission. But a certain someone has been helping me get the flirts for these games, and I'm very, very grateful and fortunate to have received what I have. But a year ago, I actually requested the flirts for this Demer version of Broken Bond, and 1 year later, I still haven't received it. So, yeah, that's kind of a nuisance. I was really, really hoping I'd be able to stream the modded version of the demo for the 11th anniversary stream. That's what I've been building up to. But and I even gave the person that's helping me get these flirts plenty of notice. I said, look, I'm planning to do a stream. It'd be really great if sometime next week or two you could, get this organized, because it's, in about a month. That way I know everything's all organized and ready to go. But, it didn't make a difference. We're still here, and I still don't have the flirts, so it is a shame. But, it's not easy to rip flirts, you have to put in a lot of time and effort into it. But, that's why I gave a lot of time and reference for, doing this, but, still haven't received it, so it is a shame, and maybe next year we'll get it. But it's still a bit I'm a bit bummed out because a whole fucking year really. But I'm just gonna be a bit more patient, I guess. But no, it's just it'd be good if I could learn how to do it myself, so that way I don't need to rely on anybody else for this. But it's not easy. It's not very common. Not many people, if not any, really know how to do this, so I can't exactly learn by myself, How we going here? I was able to switch to Shikamaru, and it was pulling the camera up. Guessing the fight maps are below the walking maps. The menu object ported to me, so I was lucky. Okay, so Yeah, it would have had to have been this map then, so that's accurate. See, that's something that the demo has that the final version doesn't. You know, being able to like pick up health recovery pills without needing to buy them. You know, what a shame that's not a thing. Neji was in the E3 demo. Well, that's just it. I can't confirm if it is the E3 version because it's not. I can't get past the gates. You know, so I can't tell if this is like any other demo or if it's like a hidden demo that's never been seen before. And I never will be able to confirm what it is until I get this float file, which won't be anytime soon apparently. So could you mod the actual game because the leaf gates are closed and I want to go in before learning the Rasengan. Oh. Yeah, I have done that. It's nothing really interesting to see, but yeah, it's just a leaf village, but there's not as much activity going on. But yeah, I could theoretically do that. So I do have the floats for the final game, so yeah, I do have collision access. I can get into the village when I'm not meant to. But yeah, from memory, there's nothing overly interesting. Okay, so from what I understand, what the fuck, I can't... Oh my god, I don't have access to the map. I thought I did. Oh wow. Jeez. Alright. But from what I understand, it sounds like how you got this glitch on the demo version is that you managed to break out of bounds, like what I've just done now. You'd also need to get past this, which I've tried many hours to do, but I've never done it before, so yeah, I don't know. Is this how you got past this area, or did you take another route or something? Whoa, shit. I know that you can take this route, and this is more painful to do. Actually, there might be another way of doing this, in fact. Whoa, shit. Because I know you can, like, go all the way here and even land on this rock, I think, but it's a lot more difficult to do that one. Yeah, actually, that's probably not worth it. But I do know that you can also get here, which, that might not be as useful, actually. I mean, at least I still made it to the same area, though. But, yeah, now I gotta, make it all the way over there kind of thing, so... and again, because I don't have access to the map, that certainly does complicate things, I'll give it that. Fuck. Because I can't switch characters, that certainly does complicate things. Again, it would be so much easier if I had the floors to disable collision to get from point A to point B. Wait, can I not walk on the water? I can't walk on the water, what the fuck? What? Jeez, how much do they, like, disable for this? I mean, seriously. Damn, son. But I remember recently I broke the demo really badly. I managed to make it all the way to the hair shampoo location. I can't remember how the hell I achieved that, but I definitely did do it, so... Oh, that's how I get back. I have to go up here, I think. And of course I'm respawning here. Wow, even like the semi-water states are disabled. That's insane. But yeah, I think I like land here, then I jump, sort of. Might have to sprint hop all the way around it without stumbling somehow, which is impossible in this game. They love to make your stumble sensitivity like overkill compared to Rise of a Ninja. For whatever fucking reason. I mean, seriously, who thought that was a good idea? It's way too often to do this. In fact, it's probably more often than stumbling over on Earth 6. I mean, really. See, now I'm not even jumping because the jump's got a delay. Fuck, that was close. Yeah, no, still. Thought I had it for sure then. Fuck you. No, still. I could. No, you're meant to play as Sakura and Shikamaru. What the heck? I know that you're meant to do that. Hang on, is this save states in this? No, there's not. But it probably... No, it still keeps track of your saves, I think. Yeah, there is underwater. Who would have thought? Yeah, there is still save state, so I'll still respawn. It won't take me right back to the start. This demo will be weird, though, man. But I think it's like once you get here, then it's like, oh, now you have access, because, you know, that makes sense. Not available for this demo. Yep, figure. Oh, also, okay, that's interesting. I've never really thought about it that way. So, backing up my the save game of when I'm in the village when I'm not meant to be. Now that's a thought. I've never really thought about it that way. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I don't think it wouldn't work. It definitely should work. Because you'd have to save that. It's not a modified version, so that could still load. I've never tried that before, but yeah, theoretically it should work. Are you you joined in the Naruto Discord? Because yeah, I was gonna say it should work by Horizon. Because, yeah, there's no reason for it not to work. If it was actually modified files, maybe different story, but the fact that that's not the case, then it should still work, technically speaking. But yeah, I've never really thought about it like that. Yeah, I guess it could. I could give it a shot. But yeah, join the server, man, if you haven't already. Makes it easier for me to send it. Oh great, I gotta fight this guy. Oh my god, they've literally got the Rise of a Ninja substitutions. They don't force you to use the analog stick. Or even the joystick, because I don't know why they coded it to do that, but again, the demo gets things right. Why does it do that? I mean, really. It's been a while since I've tried to play this legitimately. But how the hell did I do that? Oh, I must have done it as some other character, because, yeah, no. Naruto behaves differently to all the other characters. Yes, that has to be it. That would have been how I got them to go so far out of, yeah, their, like, normal play area. And the fact that I got it as far as to go all the way to, like, that shampoo area. And I think I actually did get all the way back to the start, and from memory, that tree didn't actually exist. I mean, it did, but it didn't actually show the tree to be, like, accessible, I think. Because it's interesting how the amiibos work, because you can't actually get them to clip just to, you know, catch up with you, you know, so... Yeah, it can be done. I'm just trying to think, though, like, How did you get to an... Was it like this kind of an area, or did you actually do some tree action sequencing, then when you loaded in, then it messed up kind of thing? You know? I don't know. Oh, okay, there we go. Ah, cool. So I think this is the end of the demo, isn't it? Which might make it harder for me to... Yeah, I can't even freaking... Got the animation of Sasuke just getting smashed by Gaara. It's beautiful. It would have had to have been before or something. Should have just experimented, I guess. Unless you somehow managed to free roam around here. I mean, that'd be insane.
The humiliation of being defeated by the one who once called you sensei. Allow me to share it with you.
I knew this day would come. I should have killed you when I had the chance.
And now
Yeah.
you won't get a chance at all.
The earlier map with the lake.
Do it.
With the one you just... Wait, what? The one with the lake?
Be a bother if someone came and got
Wait, you mean back in the village, right? Because you only go from the village to that one foresty area. Wait, so that means that you must have had access to the full village then, right? Now, hold on, let me think about this for a second. How would that work? Because if you could free roam the village, then you would have had to have finished the ring mission, which can only mean that that would... Well, that could maybe work if you beat the mission without doing it in the right order, maybe. Fucking village is running through the gate. Eesh. You know, I actually wouldn't mind doing a comparison of the final game compared to the demo. I feel like that could be interesting. So this is a sequel to Rise of a Ninja. Well, I mean, yes and no. It's not Rise of a Ninja 2, but in terms of the plot, it does take place after Rise of a Ninja. But this is the demo, if anything. It's not the full game. I was playing the full game earlier, but I accidentally killed the game save. See, that makes me feel like I can do that. And see, I can't actually interact with these trees, so I can't see... Oh, but I can interact with that one, that's weird. Alright, so what if I do that one, and then I do that one? No, it still doesn't make a difference. Don't know what the frick. Okay, so then... didn't update the timer, goddammit. But that'd be cool, though, if I could free roam the village, because believe it or not, there are actually differences in this version of the village compared to the final. I know the most notable difference is there's like a bit of a foothold where the lake is, which you normally, even in the final version of the game, is that's not present here, so yeah, it is slightly different, that's for sure. You didn't free roam the village? Oh, sir, wait, it must have been then... like right after then. But how does that work? So wait, it was after the tree action sequence then, or was it? Or was it after you entered that map? I'm gonna make it. Let's speed up. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this area right here. This isn't in the final game, and you can actually kind of see that. It does look like it's been placed here. See, I think even if I try to skip this, it might just update itself. Yeah, it does. So, ha. Yeah, I like that this is like a prologue. It's, you know, it does feel bigger than a demo, and I do like that. And it's nice to see all the differences from this version to the final, because this definitely does feel a lot more like Rise of a Ninja with how they handled the substitution. Definitely has better, a lot more better content with how they've like handled like the health pills. You can just pick them up in the forest. You don't need to purchase all of them. And even, you know, how your amigos, you know, interact with you. It's a little different. Oof, that shadow growth there. Okay, so. So it was after the tree action sequence. See, I still don't get where you would have spawned there, because this, how do I put it there? Because, like, after a tree action sequence, it doesn't load you into a battle in the demo like it does in the final game. So because of that, yeah, I don't understand how it would load you right after the tree action sequence into a battle area if there is no battle. So, like, unless maybe you spawned into this battle arena that I would load into as soon as I fight this guy, maybe. Oh wow, I can like totally skip him. Yep, no, that makes sense. Alright, there we go. And they didn't follow me because I skipped the bandit when I wasn't meant to. That makes sense, don't it? Alright. Wait, what? You can do that in this demo? Hang on, I need to try that now. Because I knew it was a lot more like Rise of a Ninja. Oh, unless you mean my comparison to Rise of a Ninja. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh, you did run into the enemy. Okay. And then that's what triggered it. Yeah, I was going to say that's more believable because, you know, just to load into a battle area when you haven't fought anyone. So, yeah, it would have to be after this then. So, yeah, you were free roaming this area then, right? Okay, okay. Now how would that work then? Because usually it would, that specific glitch would take place, before the battle takes place, so... Unless it was after, that's probably more plausible at this point, since you're not loading into this arena. Oh, it didn't spawn you out. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, I'll try something different. I'll try maybe a jutsu or something to finish him off, see if that makes a difference or two. Or maybe you have to grab him, in which case it's probably too late now. See, now this is interesting because I can't control this. It just did BAX on its own. See, that's a difference. The final game doesn't do that. I think it's a bit more challenging that way. Yeah, okay, I'm with you now. Alright, well, let's try it out. See... See, it kind of glitched then, but it still did. Holy crap, look how fast the chakra replenishes. Man, this really is like Rise of the Ninja, I swear to God. But, okay, yeah, no, that didn't obviously do anything. Did I get an autosave after defeating him? I don't actually know. Let's quickly find out, because I don't have to redo all of that just to do a grab. So, okay, that makes me feel like that you wouldn't be able to actually jump around kind of thing. You might have your combat kind of playstyle. Oh, okay, it did autosave here. It's weird, it's not saying it's autosaving, but it's alright, it's not too far into the demo. But, yeah, it might be a grab, because I know grabs can sometimes cause some weird results. I mean, we literally got just that in the run. You know, I grabbed Jerober, and on the last hit, it yeah, it triggered whoa, it triggered what's it called? The fucking yeah, it triggered like the animation, all the entire like cutscene to be a bit warped because I think Jerober was out of place and Churgy wasn't even grabbing him. So yeah, it just turned out very glitched. Could be because I also was like the time expired midway through it. But anyway, it's good that I'm doing this more than once because you guys are now getting a bit more familiar with how this OG placement looks. You know, so when I do go into this modded demo, you can really see the differences. Because you are a lot higher. I think you're like on the skyscrapers. The fucking the buildings. You're just going from rail to rail kind of thing. So you're doing that for a bit of a change. Oh, what? It was like your arena falling. Oh, okay, so... Alright, that's interesting. Yeah, interesting, okay. Very interesting. Also, this lighting, I swear to God, this is never used in the final game. Because this looks like some really charming morning-looking lighting, but I don't recall ever seeing this in the final game. And there's plenty of opportunities for them to use morning lighting, you know, just any kind of lighting overall, you know, but... Saves. If only saves existed in the demo, that'd be cool. Because I guess autosaves do exist, but you can't obviously select an autosave that you want to load into and load out of. So that's kind of a bummer, but you know what, whatever. No, still nothing. Definitely something to look into there, because, no, it's, definitely some, something else. Some interesting results to be found here. I'll try these other guys, though, because these aren't the ninja that you're meant to be fighting, but still, might increase the chances of getting something, you know? I mean, that was the first guy I was fighting before. This guy is like, you don't need to fight this guy. I'm just doing it just in case it may trigger something. Actually, you know what? I think I might know what might confuse the game a bit. Yeah, that... Oh, and I fucked that up. I didn't do what I wanted to. Yeah, that might work actually, because I think you can enter a battle when you have your Amigos following like a like normally. Actually, no, this still isn't normal because they're not actually they are following me, but they aren't what's it called? It's not you can't switch to them, which means you won't be able to switch to them in any kind of battle, So yeah, already this has confused the game because it's behaving as if I'm supposed to be idle when I'm not, and it's normally meant to be soft locking me, but again I'm not soft locked because I've reset that state since I just died. I like hit the water. Okay, so this I don't know what to expect out of this, but hopefully something interesting. Because maybe if I... yeah, it's like I'm doing the Shadow Clone. Hey, look at that! So, okay, I kind of got rid of that menu. So, definitely some glitch hunting to be found here, I think. So I think what I'll do is I'll try to tag an Amigo in. But I'll try and use that as the killer move. Because by doing that, I feel that'll confuse the game, because I won't be playing as Naruto. I mean, it might work, might not, we'll see. No, that's what I'm meant to be doing. Hopefully that worked, otherwise I'm screwed. Hey, monkey! And it still didn't do anything. What a bummer! And the sucker's kind of warping out of existence. Alright, that's not creepy. What else is near? So okay, that still didn't. There is. We have gotten something very interesting, because now they are still following me. They are still my Amigos, but now I can't actually switch to them when I'm meant to be able to do that at this point. So that is kind of interesting. We'll see. Hopefully there is someone else around. We'll see. I guess I don't think there is. Hopefully there is. No, I think that's it. Not available for demo. Oh no, it's saying that's fine. Yeah, okay, whatever. Anybody else not available for demo? Yeah, this one's not available for demo. Makes sense. Enough. Yeah, no, I think that is all I can fight at the moment. I know there will be other battles coming up, but I don't know. We'll see. Be curious to see how it reacts now to my Amigos there. Because is it going to still like tell me to do this, or are we still in the clear? No, I think we're actually still in the clear. Wow, sir. Oh, that's cool. I can like tell my team to follow me and not to follow me. Yet I can't switch to them. That's so weird. And so now they should be able to follow me, but again, I can't switch to them, so that is interesting. Yeah, it really confused the game at this point. And oh my god, I can't jutsu. Yo, I fucking can't jutsu. Wow, I like totally took away that capability. Oh my god, no fucking way. And even like the lighting that's supposed to change when you go into that, you can see it is taking effect. It is slowing down the game. I think, actually. No. Okay, no. No, I thought that was slowing down. No, never mind. But wow, okay, so yeah, I've like totally killed Jutsu. Beautiful. Didn't think it could be this messed up. So I think I kind of have soft-locked it. Because if I could do the jutsu, it probably would advance normally, but since I can't do jutsu, it's really messed with it. Gonna see if I can land where Sasuke's area is, like so, then I might be able to fluke it. But yeah, definitely a lot of glitch hunting possibilities, no doubt. Actually, you know what? I think this area doesn't sink. Yeah, no, it doesn't. I can literally just not worry about that now, so that's super useful. Fuck you. Again with the water collision, why do they raise it so high? I have to like really keep on my toes. Okay, there we go. Alright, so I can't just jump like that, because it's not gonna work. So I have to go around it pretty much, and that's gonna be a bit painful, because it's not really easy. So, maybe I could, land on that rock or something. I don't know. Alright, man, no worries. Hope you enjoyed. I'll catch you next time. Ooh, if I landed there, if only. If only. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to really be of much help anymore now. Yeah, no, it's alright. But yeah, definitely something to look into, I guess. But anyway, I'll load into the modded demo now, because I really want to show why I'm so desperately wanting to try out this this modded demo with the floats, because it is different. It is noticeably different. Okay, so this is it, but I think for this I have to load into an XEX, a specific XEX, because there was a default XEX at the start, which had an exclamation mark, but the one I'm looking for is the actual normal default XEX, because I think the exclamation one is the, oh my god, is the retail, yeah, the retail Broken Bond XEX, whereas this one I just loaded into is the Demers XEX, which is obviously what we want. That was one really fucked up Ubisoft logo. I remember trying to do that, but I didn't realize I modded that into the demo files. I thought I did that for the final, but I don't. Fair enough. So demo, yeah, this is the demo, as I thought. So this is where things get spicy, because we have this weird screen, then we have some script placeholder text, I think, that pops up. Don't know if that's gonna still pop up, or if... Because I thought it skips this cutscene. Maybe nah, I wouldn't have loaded the wrong XEX. Maybe the wrong ISO, maybe. Yeah, actually, maybe this is the wrong ISO, because I think it just loads right into it. Depends. If we get the placeholder screen after this, then that'll really confirm it. Yeah, no, so far this is the same. Yeah, this is the same. Alright. I mean, it still kind of is a modified version, because that screen at the start was definitely different. And I will go through this ring mission one last time so you guys can get a bit more used to how this looks, because yeah, I made a mistake, my bad. The only thing different about this was, again, that screen at the very start. But yeah, that's alright, we'll load into the right one after this. I feel like this is a bit of a missed opportunity. This should have been in the final game, because like it has like flames and everything looks chaotic. It looks fucking awesome, you know? So no, definitely a missed opportunity. But right now we'll load into the actual one, because I think I don't actually have an ISO for that. I think it's actually in my retail files, and I keep forgetting to change ISOs. So what I need to do, I think, is I need to go into this supposed retail ISO, and normally if I load into this XEX, it would be retail. But if you load into the Demers XEX with the retail files, you do get something different. Which actually tells me, now thinking about it, this might mean that it wasn't actually intended to be a Demer originally. Maybe, just maybe, it was originally meant to be in the final games placement, and that's why it's different. And that's why it doesn't look like any other Demer that I've seen. Because I think the E3 Demer doesn't actually have this placement. It could very well be the E3 one, because I haven't seen enough of the E3 footage. But we'll see. Again with that screen, but we should have the placeholder text screen. There it is. Now, this is a different Demer file, because, see? Now this time we're going up instead of to that left route, so already we have a different ring mission. This is unused and, to my knowledge, unseen. But yeah, we're like going across buildings, rails. It's fucking awesome. Even the map is it's confused as to where it's going. Even these settings, I think, might be a bit different. Actually, no, never mind. That's the same. But yeah, no, the rings are the like. Look at this. I'm like going across fucking buildings and the rails. It's look at that, and like a fucking camera change there. Like, look how fucking awesome that was. It does still end up in the same area, but this is why I need those flirts, so I can see what the fuck is after the gate. And because I have a timed thing, I can't take my time with trying to find a way to clip past this. I can't see what the hell's next. That's why I need the flirts, because I need to you know, find the code that disables the collision so I can get past it and hit that one final, you know, that one final ring. And even then, I don't actually need to hit the ring. I just need to go around that area of the collision, and then it will automatically do it. So, yeah, it's just because of that. But I think that is kind of a better version of the demo, because you go a little bit higher, you see a fucking camera change when you're on the zip line, so fuck yeah. And considering this is all in the retail files, I think this actually was originally going to be used for the retail game, now thinking about it. So yeah, very interesting. But okay, so what I'll do is I'll load into... So I haven't actually tried this, what I'm about to do now. And I'm not saying it's gonna definitely work, because remember, I actually do have the flirts for the final game. And yes, okay, while I don't have the flirts for the demo, I think there may actually still be a chance that some of the retail flirts can maybe affect the demo. I just have to find the right ones, assuming that is gonna work. So yeah, I think I'll try that out. Okay, fuck the Windows Explorer. Yeah, I've got to admit, I am impressed with that. That's why I'm so desperate to get the flirts for this demo, you know. But 1 year later, and I still haven't received it, you know. That's what I mean. I've been trying to be as patient as I can, but I have been waiting over a year for this, and it's still haven't gotten anything out of it, you know. So. Wait, I stopped. Tell Sasuke try spamming LB. Stopped time? What do you mean stopped time? Okay, this is a bit delayed. Should probably include all the Naruto flirts around here when I can. Oh, that might be how it works, actually. So he uses a program to turn an XEX into an EXE, and maybe when you run that EXE, it dumps the flirts and the strings and everything else. Yeah, that actually might be how it works. All I need to learn is how to make EXEX and EXE. Because the file size is definitely different, so that definitely... there's some tool, it's probably IDE or something that converts that or something. Wait, what? Do you think there's a way... I think there's a chance of saving the review copy of 06 with my recommendation. Oh, with that method. I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard of this method before, so I don't know. Because assuming that it works with games and consistently, then yeah, I'd like to think that there is a chance. So yeah. Wait, what? The timer when you want to rescue Naruto in the hotel. Excuse me? You fucking found a way to tell the timer to... You stop the timer when... Okay, by spamming LB. Sir, hold up. So you're saying, like, if I don't know if it will have the same kind of code, because I can't... Oh, I can have access to that. Yo, I can't do that in the normal demo. Wow, this really is like the retail version of the game with the demo files, because I wouldn't have access to the map normally. Alright, so maybe there is still a chance I can do this. No. Still. Like, I'm not saying that's definitely gonna happen, but who knows? So, like, how did it work, though? Like, did you stop the time on 0 or on 1, or was it any time, or... Do you remember that? 'Cause any kind of info could help at this point. Like, even though I still weren't, like, have access to, disabling the collision, it definitely will help to have, access to the full village, that would definitely help, Intro hasn't worked for me lately. Because, I mean, I do know that you can actually free roam that area as Sasuke, but I don't recall spamming LB for that. I'm not even sure how I did it, but I do remember doing it. What would I have done? Oh, maybe somehow I did it, but then I managed to get outside. How the hell did I do that? It would have had to have been... Oh, wait, no. I think... Oh, no, I know what happened. I skipped areas that I wasn't meant to. So when I did it, I could free roam the area. Yeah, okay, so that means, is there anything that takes place in this mission? No, there's not. There's no boss battles or anything before it even started. Yeah, I got that exact same thing too. No, that wouldn't have been from spamming LB. That would have been from skipping certain things. So you must have somehow skipped a bandit or something. Because that's what I did to soft lock it. Send your screenshots tomorrow. Alright, man, cheers. But yeah, I think I understand there. But no, for that you need like bandits midway through the ring race, which I don't have for this demo file. Oh god, this is gonna be fun. And I've got nothing here, do I? Where the hell? Oh no, it would have, because I have a Naruto folder, so it would have to be here, I assume. Yeah, I've got that. And that would be for, what is this? Is this, I'm gonna have to retitle this because I don't know if this is all the Rise of a Ninja jank or not. Oh no, that still wouldn't work. I was going to say, if this is the retail XCX, holy shit. I could probably pull it off. So what do I need? I need, let's go modding. Where are you? There you are. Okay, so I do have some codes here. We'll paste them there. They probably won't, do much of, well, anything for that matter. Still, this shows up, and that is a broken bond code, so, yeah, I'm not saying it's definite, but, is that update? Let's make that. I'm probably gonna have to update it. Yes, I knew it! Okay. Fuck. That's very interesting, because this does actually update as you reset the game, so I'll just quickly confirm if I can do anything with this. No, I can't. Bummer. But still, that behaves the same way, so that is very interesting. So it's not impossible, actually. It may just work with broken bond codes. Only downside to this is I don't have time to really confirm all of this in terms of the gameplay. I can't just put it all in and then do it and then do more. I have to like wait for the time to expire because it's just I don't have enough time to confirm stuff like that. So the only other way I could do it is I'd have to go into the demo, find it out then and there, then hope that it works here, which it should, but still, that's assuming that I could find such a code. But I definitely should look into that in the future. But from what I understand, this is Naruto Run. Naruto Run. Naruto Run. Naruto Run. Even same could be said here too. Which means I do need to get my copy of Broken Bond eventually. Wherever the hell that would be, but alright. Send a link to the company if you're interested, and it would be a big favor of spreading awareness. Company, that'd be great. Yeah, man, I'll definitely do that. Yeah, link that when you can. I'll definitely check it out, cause no, it definitely could be interesting. So before I will actually move on to the review build, so you guys can actually see that there really is no differences. But still, before I get into that though, because this stream is almost over, I will load into the Broken Bond. We can do some slight modding, so I can prepare that game save. Because I'm very curious about this now. I won't be able to send it today because I don't actually have Horizon at the moment. But yeah, hopefully sometime the next day or two I'll download that, get that all set up so I can send that away. Hopefully it'll work. But yeah, I am very curious about the results because I know that not everybody would be able to achieve this on an unmodded version. So this definitely could answer a lot of questions, So no, I totally understand that. Yeah, okay, so let's load into that now. And fortunately, this code I've already loaded into this is, yeah, it's already gonna work. I'll just alert into some game save, and that'll be that, I guess. I'll tell you what I would like to do. Don't know if I'll have time for it, but I'll see if I can get Sasuke to free roam the village. Because do I actually have a save in regards to that? No, I don't. Shit. Shit. Probably try like another peripheral, because I could swear there are other peripherals that do have a save where I'm roughly where I want to be. So this is a pretty interesting save, I think, because I don't believe this area is accessible normally, and this is, I think I pointed this out in like my previous videos, this is a building that I've been wanting to get on for decades. Well, more accurately, a decade, but you know what I mean. But anyway. Yeah, let's switch peripheral, because I think there is going to be a... There should be a save on one of the other profiles I've got around here, so we'll try that out. See what happens. If I get anything good. Lose game. I'm surprised the beta version of Unleashed has higher quality textures. I mean, I'm not, to be honest, because, I mean, even R6 has better quality textures for the tech demo. I guess you could say, oh, but it's R6, sure. But, still. Can you switch costumes? What do you mean? What do you mean costumes? Okay, so I do have some game saves here. Oh, okay, so this was for if I want to do Dirger speedruns. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. But that's just a little bit past where I wanted to be in the story. Imagine using team funeral clothing. Oh, that kind of... sort of like free roaming... yeah, playing like normally, but as a funeral narrator. Yeah, that could be cool. I almost got this because I wanted to see if I could climb trees as a funeral narrator, and with the assistance of modding, I managed to get all the way from the Hokage building as the walking narrator, I might also add, all the way outside of the village. And I got to a tree, and the sad truth is you can't climb trees. It's such a shame, too, because I thought maybe by climbing a tree, if the coding was still there, after doing the tree action sequence, I'd be able to free roam or something as funeral narrator. That would have been fucking sick. That really would have been, but nah. Nah. Because I knew that, like, outside of walking narrator, your default... like narrator before that, you wouldn't have been able to walk up walls because you can't do that anyway. If you try to jump on a wall and do it that way, it still doesn't work. So, yeah, I knew that probably wouldn't do anything, but still. I have for a while now wanted to see if I could get Goggles Naruto and Rise of a Ninja to be, you know, free roamable or something like that. Okay, this save's definitely not been used before. Not really sure what other profiles would have what I'm after then, because I know that there is at least one. Or maybe it was that one that I was just on, and that was the one I upgraded. Yeah, I guess it's not impossible. Yeah, whatever. I'll start a new game. It's gonna take a bit, but you know whatever. I'll link the company in the comment section if you read the comments. Oh yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye out. Imagine using Team 7 and... yeah, that definitely would be interesting. Make them look a lot more edgy. I know that probably could be easily swapped through modding the files, but in terms of glitching the game to behave that way, I have tried, surprisingly, but nah. I was so close, yet so far. It is hard, it is. I got some pretty cool results there, even outside of unmodding the game. I remember getting a lot higher than I thought I would, just playing as the Naruto that could just jump and run. Which is why I thought maybe as the walking Naruto that would maybe have more states than, we're thinking, but no, it's not the case, unfortunately. I still have yet to find curves that affect battle mode, because, I mean, I have found some stuff, I guess, but nothing in regards to, like, really breaking the battles. Because I want to see something that can, like, fuck with the values, so I can, like, get one-hit kills or something like that. That'd be sick. That'd be really sick. But I still have yet to find anything that does anything like that. I think the closest I got was messing with the game speed so I could maybe run a bit faster. But I think that wasn't perfect because it kind of fucked with the... Like, I could run faster towards the opponent, but if I wanted to run backwards or, like, move backwards, I'd be, like, almost, like, idle. You'd see the animation, but you wouldn't move. So... Oh, you know that, huh? Man, you've really tried for this, haven't you? Because not many would really know that, like, the characters are there. You'd have to really go right up to the gate, then look at the map to know that. So, I admire that. Not many people would do that. I'm glad to know that I'm not alone when glitch hunting these games. It's definitely refreshing. You know what, maybe this game save could be the game save where I don't actually get any coins this time around. Because I mentioned it a while ago, but I do need to actually create a save where I don't collect any coins. Well, except for the coins that you're kind of forced to collect for the box of chocolates. Because the whole point of the game save is to create a game save where you get through literally the entire story mode without collecting coins. Because I did do this for Resident Ninja, and for that you can get through the entire game except for 12, because you need 10 for Ichiraku and 2 that you can't avoid for the Land of Waves arc. For this, as mentioned, there's definitely going to be 10 at the least because of the box of chocolates. Don't know about any others, if there's going to be some that are going to be forced. I'm going to be forced to collect. But yeah, that maybe I could get started with this game save or something like that. But I'm probably going to have to save then when I get to the box of chocolates part, because obviously if I want to get to the Itachi arc, I'm obviously going to need to do that part of the game. So I think I'll save at that point, because I'm not ready to document which coins I'm going to get for the box of chocolates mission. So we'll see how we go. I think that actually changes in the demo. For that last sequence input, you don't have to press anything. I think it just does it for you. And I think before that, the input before is B when it's Y or something like that. But again, this is why I want to compare the demo to the final game, because I know that there are some slight differences, be they inputs or lighting and animation or whatever it is, so... No, I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that at some point. I might do that. It really depends, though, because I obviously need to record both. More importantly is the start of the game. So, yeah, you know, I probably should have been recording this, in all fairness. Just this opening part, because this could have been a really good comparison. But too late now. But, you know, it's alright, I'll have to do it sometime after. Because I do actually want to... It's something on my to-do list that I've been wanting to do for a while now, record. Yeah, like a comparison, the demo on this. Come on, switch, switch, switch. Come on, there you go. I don't know why, it always consistently makes the AI switch when you start moving up and down. Weird. Oh, really? Now, I think I don't know about that one, because I know a lot of stuff about this game, but that one... Interesting, I'll have to try that one out. I know there's a lot of, like, really fucking freaky character swaps that you can do. Like, really bad character swaps. Like, it's amazing how cool the glitches can be, but it's bad how easy it is to, you know, perform these glitches. I still have yet to cover it in actual, like, video form, but there's definitely something to cover for a video, because there's a lot of crazy stuff that you can get with character swaps. And it all just starts with how you enter and exit the village. I've always wondered if I could perform some kind of like Crazy 06 MSG glitch where I warp to the credits or something. He's like Jirai because you won't recover health after you beat Lee. Okay, that's... yeah, I can... that makes sense, because, yeah, no, he definitely... he's like Jiraiya, he doesn't appear in the roster. And he can't do jutsu, just like Jiraiya, so it doesn't surprise me that he has the same kind of coding as Jiraiya, so... no, that makes sense, that makes sense. I'd even go as far as to say Tsunade has the same kind of code, because any character that can, like, have the same animation where they, like, jump off screen basically is a character that is playable, and Tsunade has this, because we do actually see her jump off screen. I think the thing that surprised me the most is not seeing Kakashi do this, because I know Kakashi has a separate animation, I think, from memory, just vanishes, so maybe for that reason he does have character coding, but we never see that in action, because at least we do get to fight, you know, Tsunade, or fight as Tsunade, but we don't actually get to fight as Kakashi, or we don't get to, you know, go up to him and start a verse match kind of thing, you know, so I think there is coding for Kakashi, but I just don't think it's used, so... Yeah, well, it has been on my to-do list for a while, and I've been a bit slow that way, but I've got a video regarding how to patch the DLC, which I've been wanting to get out for a bit of time now, but I know that video is pretty much done. I just need to upload it. I've just been a bit slack that way, but I think maybe when I get that uploaded, I'll also focus on getting this Broken Bond video done too. That way I can do a bit of both. Alright, let's see some magic now, shall we? Oh no, there's a barrier. Who cares? That's like literally this mod. Barrier? Who cares? So I don't know if I'm sure I've tried this. I'd be very surprised if not. Because I would have, because I do remember doing a playthrough where I had this mod just used for every state in the game, and I just tried to break it and see what the hell I could do with this specifically, you know. So now I'll bring the collision back so I can see. It doesn't say you can walk up walls; it just tells you how to do it. So that's what I mean. If this Naruto can't do it, walking Naruto sure as hell can't do it. And I'm probably stuck now. Yeah, I am. See, that's the kind of that's the code I need on the demo file, but because again the demo floats haven't been ripped, and I've been waiting for over a year for this, we're still stuck. So it is a big bummer. I'm shocked that he is playable on the story. Yeah, yeah. Because I think he was meant to be used originally, which would explain why he can vanish in that like shampoo recipe filler. But again, because they didn't actually have that one part of the game where you fight Itachi as Kakashi. Yeah, they don't. We don't see that in action. And I think, what was it? Yeah, like a while ago, going back maybe 6, 8 years ago, I could swear to God that I've actually seen Guy Sensei's like character icon when you go and do like a dojo challenge. So ever since then, though, I've never seen it again. So I'm not sure if that was like a previous update of the game, and then they changed this in a future update, and because of that, you just don't see it anymore, or something. I don't know. I really don't. But whatever the case is, that's how it is, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. So can I like skip this part of the game if I? No, I can't talk to Kakashi. So there you go. You actually do need to talk to Sakura and Sasuke before any of this jank. But it's interesting to know that they're all like here waiting for me, and I can also jump around, and I'm not. It doesn't trigger walking Naruto when I do that. So what happens if I go here? Does that do the same trigger? Oh no, nothing triggers at all. Wow. Now that I wasn't expecting. I thought it would be like the same kind of coding. It would just trigger. Just being loaded into the same area, but oh well. What happens if I try and go reverse, though, I wonder? Would be the same, or what? Does chat allow to send links? Give it a shot, and say when you've done it, as a separate message, because if you say you've done it and I don't see anything above, I'll know. Because you should be able to send links, but I don't know. Maybe something's changed. I don't recall changing settings, but yeah. Imagine this. I'm playing as this Naruto, and I literally like walked all the way outside of the village. Which took fucking forever. Only to find out I can't walk up walls. Bit of a bummer, but what else is new? What's this? Ah. Didn't work. Bummer. So I know I probably will do that in the comments, but though it should still keep it. It will just add it to like a spam folder, because I think anything that has like links in the comments is for some reason just considered spam. But I just gotta make sure I remember that, because I think any kind of comments that are added to like the spam folder, it doesn't actually give you the notification, so you actually have to go click onto it, and then go to the comments, and then find there's comments that need to be reviewed, which is kind of stupid, but oh, okay, he does have a jumping animation. I don't remember. I thought he just disappears. Okay, so yeah, there you go. Kakashi definitely did have some playable coding then. Yeah, no, that does make sense. So I really think he was going to be used for that Itachi arc, but yeah. How would I message you to send you my save files? Okay, so just DM me on Discord because I mean you can post it on the server if you want because like I forget what are the Broken Bond save game files? I think they are .dat or .bin, something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is, but whatever it is, I'm sure if it's as long as it's like under 8 MB, it should be possible to send it to Discord. But if that doesn't work, then you might have to compress that, make it a zip file or a raw file or something like that, and yeah, just drag and drop it to Discord. Yeah, you do. Still, it's kind of you don't. It's kind of pointless compared to Rise of a Ninja since you can't climb anything because they don't give you access to climb things because they like totally block it off. Because at least with Rise of a Ninja, you can climb anything as long as you've got access to the area. So yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, oh, really? Let's mess around with this. See if I can get anything out of this. See, like this, I can't go back to the village because this area is blocked. But I say that, but I think there may be a way to glitch it. Like that kind of. It's kind of weird how it works, but I won't do that now because I don't want to go back to the village just yet. Also, the bridge is like totally not rigged with paper bombs. So they lied to us. They set us up. That's kind of cooler, being able to go across the bridge while it still exists. Yeah, it's gonna be broken. What about this? Is this cutscene available? No, of course not. Gotta remember too, I don't have the freaking double jump, so it's gonna be a little bit more harder to pull this off. Will I learn the double jump if I go here, though? Guess not. So you gotta be careful if you fall down too much, because then, you know, sometimes you just don't want to work, so gotta be careful. Yeah, fuck it, I'll just turn that back to normal so I can do that. Alright, that's better. So this is kind of hilarious because you can just see Sakura just stand there, minding her own business. Bandits just chilling with no collision because that makes sense. And Sasuke is just like, don't mess with me, bitch. So, yeah, no, don't mess with this boy. He knows his stuff. But it's interesting that it doesn't trigger the cutscene until that specific part, so that's pretty interesting. You can fight Haku. I mean, I know I fought Zabuza when I was after the cards, so yeah, I assume that you could fight Haku as a ninja card. Oh, really? See, the whole point of this part is when I move forward there, it'll trigger that cutscene, but if I skip this, I don't think anything really changes. And that was the whole point of that playthrough, to get through the game without triggering anything. And some of these battles really do drag on. I really forget just how low your combat is. Okay, about time. Pretty much there now. And they really... I don't get what they did to the graphics of the Bandits like icon, because if you go look at like the demos, or the E3 demos more specifically, you can actually see that they've actually got, you know, anime renders this, so it's more accurate to how it is here. And I don't know why they changed that, but I guess they felt the need to. Alright. Oh no! I fell in the water! My doom! Alright, cool. So now we gotta fight this guy, and then that'll be that. Getting close there. Alright, man. No worries. Yeah, hope you enjoyed. And, yeah, I'll catch you next time. Interesting blue vest. And now that I think about it, I don't think I've actually seen that before in the actual shirt. So they do have different like colored vests, but they are like completely different design if they're from like a different land. And this really was pre-shipping. Okay, so yeah, good. I got to do all this Jiraiya stuff. I'll try and get through this as fast as I can, so I can leave room for a bit of the review. Alright, cool. Yeah, okay. So, what is it again? It's just this, the Burt fixing the... Oh yeah, I gotta fight Shikamaru. Then I gotta do the date one, the date mission. And then I gotta do that 3 times since they love to switch that around. Then aside from that, I think, yeah, I just gotta do the Kisame battle, and then we're pretty much up to where I want it to be. By the way, Fabian, are you joined in the Discord server? Because I mean, you can probably just send me the link, just there, because that's not link sensitive. So yeah, if you joined in the server, that definitely, because I know that'll definitely help. God, I really am downgraded in combat. I guess I did mess that up after all. Let's save. Yeah, oh well. Wasn't really focused on avoiding coins. At least it makes my job that much easier. I don't have to create a separate game save for this, I suppose. You know, I actually forget if you can avoid the bandit where you have to learn how your overdrive meter works. Could be something to explore now, maybe. For one, let's see if we can skip this little thing. No, we can't. Nah, it's alright. But I do know I should be able to skip all this crap. Yeah, that's better. So already that's an improvement. But now I need to see if I can do this, which I can. Yay! So that shouldn't have any side effects from memory. So I guess theoretically, if I did find a way to skip all of that jank without modding, I probably could pull that off in a run, assuming it worked. But obviously it doesn't work, so not sure why. Maybe I did need to fight that overdrive bandit. I don't remember needing to do that, but alright. What's the then? But yeah, as I thought, even that, I can't actually... So that tells me that it's actually not the bandit, it's in fact this little setup right here. Which I guess to a degree does make sense, because this is obviously going to be used, and it does enable it. So yeah, obviously it does need that to enable that whole system. So now let's see if we can skip the bandit, because, again, I still feel like I can skip this bandit. Okay, maybe not, because of how fucking huge that trigger is. Holy shit. That thing's massive, man. Maybe that was necessary, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure you could skip that, but like unmodified, however, that's probably going to be impossible. Or rather, if it is possible, it's going to be slower to go around it. Fuck that. Fucking the jog animation there. Oh god, now I gotta do this Shikamaru battle. I'm getting there. I'm pretty damn close to where I want it to be. I wish you could just do everything that you're meant to do before you actually talk to the girl, only for her to reject it. That'd kind of save time, I feel. I can't. Oh, I don't have access to that yet. That'll be right. Great, so I gotta find all the coins around here. Even hardnail. Only 5 to get, but still, that's enough. God, could you imagine if you didn't have 50 Ryu? Oh my. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? That's a theory to test out. Can you actually get this far into the game but still not have enough Ryu? Probably not, but still. And what a way to open this game there. Have to, you have to freaking get all these items just to get Jiraiya or Date. Like, what? Are you kidding? I remember playing this on my first playthrough and thinking, sheesh, this doesn't feel like a Naruto game, I'll give it that. Okay, we're almost done now, sir. Oof. Alright, there we go. And again, I think if you actually try to skip this one, you can't progress with the story. Which is, again, it's like they've actually coded it that way, so you need to fight these bandits in order for the game to update itself, which I always thought that's so unnecessary, you know? Like, why would they do that? Because it just extends the game longer than it already is. I think Ninja might have the E3 version of 06. Oh, definitely not. He's already confirmed. He is a collector, but he hasn't got anything else 06-wise outside of this review copy. Though he has confirmed to me that if he does find anything else that's 06 related, he'll definitely let me know as soon as possible. So that's good to know. I'll put it on the review copy pretty soon, because I'm pretty much where I want to be in the game. But yeah, are you joined in the Discord server already? Because like if you haven't joined already, it's definitely an easier way to send the link. Because I know there's no like link limitations on Discord. Yeah, you can just send me a DM, link me that. That's always the way, isn't it? Okay, so after this, just one more thing to do, and then I'm pretty much there. Yo, fuck off. You literally just teleported to no. Oh my god, whatever. You'd think it'd be the other way around, of course, but no. So the hunt for the E3 version number 6 still continues. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there was a user by the name of Tallywave who claimed to have the E3 demo, but after a lot of spamming, trial and error, I got him to finally confirm that he wanted the demo so badly that he pretended to have it, and because it exploded with views, he got so much attention that he didn't know how to say, guys, I faked it without looking bad. So he just took the video down and then, yeah, that was that. He just disappeared pretty much. Which, I mean, I can't say I blame him because, you know, if you're just playing, let's say, like an April Fool's joke or something like that, and it really takes off, you don't want to disappoint everyone by going, hey guys, this is fake, by the way. But at the same time, you don't want to keep everyone in the dark, you know, because there's so many people out there, even to this day, that believe that this guy does actually have the demo, when really it was just a false claim. Now, whether it's a joke or not, I don't really think it's really necessary, because the point is it happened, you know? It is what it is. And this is why I get very insulted and quickly when people try to pretty much remake what this Tallawave user did, because I've seen someone just this year who's actually tried to pretend he has the E3 demo, quickly done some editing and put it on his TV, make it look all legit. I think it's funny and all, and haha, look at me, I'm so happy, you know, at the time. But, you know, you get a lot of hate for this, especially nowadays when people that are aware that, you know, there are fakers out there. It can, you know, there are a lot more, with modders especially. Modders like myself know what's fake and what's legit. So when we review this and are able to tell, yeah, okay, this is just BS, it just, it's very easy to, you know, to lose a lot of respect that you might have had, or a lot of trust that you might have had, you know. So, and I wish I could have seen that video that Tallawave originally uploaded, because I'd be very interested to see if that is legit or genuine. Because from what I understand, from what I've asked of what the other people that have seen it when the video was still available, yeah, according to like these witnesses, they do believe it is a genuine E3 clip, and he just re-uploaded it on his channel, so it doesn't look like modded footage. But obviously he took down this video, so I recently uploaded a compilation video of all the E3 clips that exist online. So I'd be curious to know if any of the clips that I posted are the ones that he used, because I would think so, but at the same time, since the video is not available and I haven't seen it, it's hard to tell, you know. And we do have the link to the video, so that definitely does help. So if the Wayback Machine ever gets in a state where it's a lot better than what it currently is, maybe we will be able to eventually view this somehow. But for now, it's impossible to watch it. But at the least, it is good to know that the demo does still exist. But I think the thing that I find very strange is that if you look at the booths from E3 2006, it does say that the E3 demo regarding R6 was sent from Sega of America. Yet when questioned about this, Aaron Weber confirmed that the E3 demo is something that Turkey, the demo would be in Turkey. It'd be something that Sega of Japan would have, not Sega of America. So I find that very interesting. It's a bit puzzling as to why that's the case, you know? Yeah, so I can't help but wonder. Because I know that it went from E3 to Games Convention, and obviously from there, it might have gone somewhere else, but if not, it went from Games Convention to, back to... Actually, I shouldn't say back to, because it started from fucking Sega of America. But yeah, it would have been sent to Sega of Japan then. Which again makes me curious as to why it was sent from Sega of America, got sent Sega of Japan after. You know, you'd think it'd be the other way around or something, but it's a bit of a mystery. And I mean, for all I know, I could be wrong. Maybe it actually was sent from Sega of Japan, and it was sent back to Sega of Japan. But I'm just making that assumption that it came from Sega of America, just because the booths say they are from Sega of America. I don't know. I really don't. But there definitely is a bit of a mystery going on surrounding that. Do you think your Unity project will use quality textures if the E3 version was found? Well, I mean, I don't know about that, because the E3 version doesn't have better textures, you know. The graphics, if anything, look worse than the final game, because you can see that it is missing some shaders that make the textures look a bit higher in quality. So, yeah, you know, it's interesting. Okay, now this is where things start to get spicy, because this is where I needed to be. So I think, yeah, he just went in here, and you can't save at this point in time. So I think this really would prevent me from getting some kind of a save game organized, which kind of hurts me to say, because you know I can't really, like, I wanted to do it this way, you know, so I don't know how else that could work. You know, I'd have to get it in such a way where the timer is frozen, so maybe I'm gonna have to perform that glitch. That's a fact, but I don't know. It's been a while since I've really tried to, you know, do this. So I don't know. I might be able to do it. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess. I mean, there's no telling if um, like the beta, like the tech demo, there's no telling if that had better textures, because I do know that definitely, like, I know it definitely does look like the textures are different there. Now, whether they're better or not, it's hard to say. It looks like it's better, but that's obviously very different from actually being better, you know. So who knows? Can I skip this, or am I going to be forced to fight the bandit? I'm going to be forced to fight the bandit. Well, I'll let him beat me to death so I can reset that auto save. Because I think that's actually faster, isn't it? Fight me! Can I switch the difficulty in real time? I can! How convenient. The real question is, will that actually update in real time? Because he doesn't really look like he's fighting that hard. Because I know if I beat him, then it'll update the save, and I don't want that to happen, so I'll probably I'll try one more time, and if that doesn't work, then I'll have to do it off stream, because this is probably going to take a while. In which case, he still doesn't really feel like he's fighting in a Journeyman class. I know he's just a thief, but still. Hey, you made it. Grats. Okay, so what now? Yep, so we're loading in here. I'll switch the collision around. Okay, cool, we're here now. And because we've got such an amplified jump, see if I can use this to my advantage. I've only got 40 seconds to get this, so I've got to be really careful and quick at the same time, so that's going to be really fun. Maybe I can... No, I can't talk to you. But if I can skip this bandit... No, I can't skip this bandit. That really does suck. So yeah, this is going to be harder to do. I'll have to do that off stream, but oh well. I tried. But anyway, we're done here. So I'll do a quick final part to just view what I was talking about in regards to the review copy. But again, there really is no differences here. Oh yeah, I forgot about the setting changes for the quality. I don't really know what's going on, because I remember like the last stream I did with her 6, I was streaming for about 2 hours, and then people were like going, "Oh, what's going on? It's lagging like crazy." So I thought, well, I'll switch around some settings in OBS, and I did just that. And it definitely does look a lot more improved. Only problem now is it's 360p, so I'm not really sure. I'll have to do some experimenting on Twitch or something, I don't know. But at least this is a bit more consistent. It's not nearly as laggy as it was. But anyway. So already we can tell that this is pretty much the same. It's got the same kind of music, same sprites, same menus, all that. It is the same, so yeah. But okay, so the thing I want to point out to you guys there, in regards to why I think if we received the Xenon folder from the review copy, why the menu would have looked so different. And I have to this day tried so hard to recreate this, and I'm still in the works of trying to get this. But this is the actual, the true review builds menu. Now you can see it says extra instead of extras. It has Xbox Live. It would have said network on the PS3 version. And speaking of console differences, this says A and B. This says nothing. There's no, no sprite or no texture detail there. But I think the smaller details that are very easy to miss. Look how big the space is between single and player and main and menu compared to this. It's virtually one word almost. And for a while I thought it was one word, but no. Turns out there's actually a file in the text files that controls the spacing between different characters. And that's, again, something, a file that wasn't ripped from the reviews ISO, because again, that part is in the Xenon folder, which was never ripped, sadly. So I do believe that if we received that, we would have gotten a very similar looking menu, if not the same. And that's just in the menu, so God knows what else we would have gotten if we had gameplay files copied, And I've looked everywhere online to get, well, to see if I can find something that looks remotely similar to that, because it does say it's the review, and that makes it even harder to find because search up Sonic 06 review, you'll see an actual legitimate review regarding the game, not a version of the game listed under review. So really fucking poor choice of words that they used to title that version of the game, but that's how they did it, I guess. So it's a bummer. Let's just say that. But yeah, you know, it is what it is, I guess. But hmm. But yeah. To this day, I'm still trying to find a way to remake that like menu. The spacing of the characters are the most important thing to me. That might sound weird, but it's not just the spacing between the spaces. It's actually the spacing between like each individual letter character, and that's what I mean. It's really a lot of work would go into trying to recreate the way the text has been designed, and that's why I want to be the one to do it because it really a lot of work needs to be done to really capture that same kind of look that the review copy had. So, and it doesn't just affect the menus; it does affect gameplay as well. I've already confirmed this, or but we would have had like a lot of gameplay changes if we received the Xenon folder, from like the attributes to the placement, like even the scripts of the story mode could have been different for a winner. So yeah, we would have gotten a lot of important files from the Xenon folder, but sadly that was never ripped. So it's a bummer. It is a bummer. But anyways. I will go into gameplay, so I can show it's rough gameplay, so you guys can really see that it is just the same. Because in order to get this ISO to work, since it was half completed, I needed to add the retail files to the other half, which is why this does appear to be the same. It's kind of a bummer, but again, I needed to do that in order to get this to work, because otherwise it wouldn't have loaded, because you need the other files. Yeah, pretty much it's all the same. What's this again? Is it? I know I've got something over. Where is it? Was it that? No, it wasn't that either. Was it that? No. Was it that? No, it wasn't that either. I wonder if I've still got it. Because I know I've got something here in regards to because I don't want any kind of confusion if anybody pops in now. Might have to remake it actually. Yeah, everything's the same, UI is the same, gameplay's the same, visuals are the same, particles are the same, physics are the same, everything is the same. Which I thought was a bit surprising, because I thought for sure that the sprites would be different. Because in the review copy, there's many different review copies, just to clarify now, and some have the retail sprites, some have the demo sprites, some have the demo and retail sprites merged. It's weird. It can be very crafty. And this is why I was very confused, I guess. You can see this was my attempt to recreate that review menu. This is a really crap and like my first attempt, if anything. You can see I removed it. Like I made a new like line in the code, but it's so close together that I knew something was obviously wrong because there is still a big space there. Main menu almost looks the same, but you can still tell that there is a bit of a space in comparison. Because yeah, no space. That has a space surprisingly, and so does Xbox Live. I must have forgotten to do that. Oh well. But yeah, there was definitely something else going on that I couldn't, tell back then. But this version of the game is sort of what I would have expected out of the review copy if the full ISO was accessible. Because if you guys can't see right now what's different, the HUD is basically different. You can see he's actually got the demo sprites. He's got the red icons there that only appear in the demo. The top left HUDs are a little bit more squashed to the top compared to retail. Don't know if I've got a comparison here. Let me see if I can bring up something. Is that alright? It's something else. How about... Come on, there's going to be something around. Okay, that's better. So, yeah, you can see it ends roughly around there. Then we have two little pieces of graphics there. Then it has another big sideways square kind of texture. Now comparing that to the demo, we don't get any of that. It's just completely squashed pretty much. You barely see like that little decoration there. So that's the easiest way to tell that there is definitely some differences with the demo's HUD and the final game's HUD. So yeah, you know, it's interesting. Okay, so let me just... Yeah, I'm going to quickly update this because this is overdue. Alright, there we go. I'll close that too since I don't need that anymore. Alright, let me just update stream so you guys... Anybody that might pop in from now understands. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, anyway. Now this is a modified version of retail. This wasn't copied from any of the review copies. No, this was copied from the demo directly to retail, because that was the whole point of this, to see just how accurate we can make this look to both the demo and TGS. Because the TGS R6 demo is basically the same as the Xbox Live Arcade demo, but there is still some slight inaccuracies that could be improved upon. And I keep forgetting to update the game for that reason. But this placement, if you haven't noticed already, is it is different. It's not the final build's placement, nor is it the demo's placement, or the Xbox Live Arcade demo's placement, I should say more specifically. No, this in fact is actually the TGS R6 demo placement. Not saying this would have appeared in like the review build or anything, but at the same time, it's not impossible that the review copy perhaps had some differences in the placement, such as more light dashable rings or jank like that. And I do know that in the review copy, the result screen was very different. The results used the E3 font. I don't think it had the stage logo on the box thing that appears there. And I do know it had an unused, what's it called? The sprites. I think it says like bonus and total score in the after results, which, I don't know, for some reason that didn't appear in both the Xbox Live Arcade demo nor the E3 demo. Though I guess to a degree, the E3 demo is understandable since, you know, that doesn't have an after result like the Xbox Live Arcade, so if it were there, I'm sure it would be different, but yeah. Anywho. But yeah, this UI definitely is a little bit more closer looking to TGS R6 and a possible review copy, because, you know, as mentioned, it's not unheard of for the review copy to have the demo sprites. And you may notice that Tails has a gauge. Every Amiga character has a gauge at this point. The reasoning to why that is a thing is because the the review copy did actually do this. It did store a character's gauge over. Still a bit of a mystery as to how and why it works the way it does. All I know is that if you switch characters, the gauge can behave very differently, let's just say. And yeah, from all like the screenshots I have seen, all the characters pretty much, yeah, all the characters do have gauges, and most of them are empty. So after this, I will load into the Wii version demo, so you guys can really see what I'm talking about with the gauge storing over to other characters. But anywho, for now. That right trigger sprite is different, by the way, if you haven't noticed. That is actually in the demo files, but it's never used, of course. But yeah, this was used in the TGS06 demo, and hasn't been confirmed if it was used in the review build, but I'm sure it would have been, especially if it were using the demo sprites for any of those builds. But interesting to think about, though.
I can grab missiles with my psychokinesis and throw them back, and make them explode near the enemy.
That gauge can be misleading, gotta admit.
I can grab missiles with my psychokinesis.
Because it says that you've got an inch left when you're actually out. I think that's probably why they changed that. Because that is a bit of a difference too. The gauge being saying that it actually does have a bit of meter left when it actually doesn't. So yeah, I think that is why they switched that around, which is probably the best that it did change. I mean, I don't mind it personally, but it can be misleading, so I'm a bit on the fence in regards to that. But yeah, that is literally the demo for Silver, anyway. It is Kingdom Valley. It might seem a bit pointless if we ever did receive this demo, since we've already got the placement files because they left it into the retail files. But I feel like it could be interesting because I think people underestimate just how powerful the TGS06 demo really is. TGS06 has the capability of playing 3 stages. We currently only have access to modding the Xbox Live Arcade demo to play 1 stage, which might have the capability of being modded in such a way where you can have multiple sections if we're lucky, according to the file size limit. If we stay within that, then yeah, we can do multiple sections. But even with that all said, it's still within that restriction that we're only going to be able to mod just 1 stage into it. So if we did receive TGS06, we could actually mod 3 stages into it. Realistically speaking, because Sonic's Kingdom Valley is basically a stage by itself, right? It loads just the 1 section. And the same is said about, Silver's and Shadows, because Silver's is basically Sonic's 2nd section. Shadows is Sonic's 3rd section, So already, that's like, yeah, if we switched around these sections and did the modding correctly, yeah, we could get 3 stages implemented. So I have a feeling that we probably could recreate the E3 demo using TGS06 if we ever received it, because we'd be able to mod in. Yeah, actually, no, that would fit perfectly, because we could do the first 2 stages for Sonic's first and 4th section of Kingdom Valley, just like the E3 demo. And then the final, of course, would be Crisis City for Silver's take on Crisis City. So, yeah, I think using TGS06 would be a really good template to use to try to recreate the demo if we ever wanted to try that. And the characters are all there. We've already got Silver and Sonic. And for other miscellaneous mods, we could probably mess with Shadow and see what we could get. I personally wouldn't have minded seeing Shadow in Wave version as a demo, so who knows. See, I actually don't mind Shadow's take on Kingdom Valley and the demo files. This feels a bit more believable. I kind of prefer this over his main retail placement, so yeah, no, I do feel like they had something going for his demo take on it, but could be just me. Yeah, like I said, this ISO is terribly incomplete, so it's me just being nitpicky again, but still, there definitely could be some stuff that changes in the future. So no, I definitely could attend to that. Now, finally, I'll just do this and then I might think about cutting. See, this is, again, probably more closer to getting to an accurate review copy, because by modding stuff from retail into the demo, we really can see how the demo's physics would have reacted to certain obstacles and certain physics and whatnot. And because of that, we really can see how a review copy would have also reacted to this, because we've actually seen footage of a review build of Sonic and Wave version and Silver and Crisis City, and it is very interesting to see because it looks exactly like the Xbox Live Arcade demo, but playing the stages, and that is literally what this mod does in terms of Sonic and Wave version. So this really probably one of the biggest mods that has been created for 06 this year, and I know that might sound a bit, what are you talking about? We got stage mods for like Emerald Coast and all the other stage mods we've received, and yes, that is true. We have definitely received a lot of improvements to 06 modding in regards to stage modding. That definitely is an improvement, of course, but I personally feel, in my opinion anyway, this is bigger because this is an actual demo, and originally we could only do one section that could maybe be switched with another section or another stage. So to implement a full stage, 2 sections, and to have multiple characters from Tails to Mark Speed Sonic, and for it to still behave as if this really were a review copy, and it has the demo physics in a retail version of the game, that's something, because I remember we tried to do this going back, I think, a year or two ago, and there was so many things that made this impossible, because we got the stage model to appear, we got the collision to work, but things like chain jumping didn't work for both normal Sonic and I think more specifically it was Mark Speed Sonic that it didn't work for. But I can't remember what it was that somehow we got this to work, but whatever it was, it's fixed now, and yeah, it really is behaving as if this were a review copy and it were playing some of the retail files, most of the stage files, if anything, but yeah, this is what I was talking about before there in regards to the gauge carrying over. So it's a little bit past the start point, and it's still there. It hasn't disappeared. Tails doesn't have a gauge, but because the demo has code for the gauge to carry over, kind of like rings carrying over, and the time carrying over, and the lives counting carrying over to when you switch character, it just behaves this way. So yeah, the gauge just has the same kind of code for that, So it is interesting.
Thank you, Tails. You saved me.
And this is why so many screenshots in the manual might make it look like other characters have gauges when in actuality they just carried over Sonic's gauge, or Shadow and Silver's gauge for that matter. So I thought this was a pretty interesting detail though, having the Wave Ocean music carry over into load screens. Yeah, I thought this was very interesting actually, because it made me question if this was happening in the E3 demo, and to this day I can't figure that one out. But it is interesting to think about. Also, what is up, Just a Rascal? How are you going today? Still don't get why it takes so long to load, because it's so fast on the retail version, or at least on my console, but the demo is just as long, if not longer. See, now this is something interesting to point out too. If you look at the time has reset. And this is something I don't believe the E3 demo did. So again, more evidence to support that this really did get redesigned, or like the whole code has been, you know, switched around from the E3 to this build. But again, this actually did happen in the review copy, so this really does accurately recreate how a review copy would behave, so I thought that was really incredible. It's a bummer that this doesn't have any like ball on land animations for the chain jumps. Again, more evidence that this is lost code, but also, I thought this was very interesting. See how slow I'm going right now? I always thought that this was something in the E3 demo specifically that indicated that that was his default speed, when what I'm doing right now is I'm actually holding down the analog. If I were to do that again, and I didn't hold down the analog, he would go normal speed. It's a very, very weird glitch, and I don't really get how that works, but that is exactly what's happening in the E3 demo, so it's very, very strange, but that is how it works. So I was totally wrong in my explanation video, but still, it's good to update the info. And I probably will make an update video either towards the end of the year or next year sometime. But it has been on my to-do list for a while now, making like a bit of an update video to point out everything, but not to dwell on it too much, you know. So to make a quick video pointing out everything in the E3 demo as fast as I can. Everything you know, everything you don't know, all that kind of jank, you know. So a bit of a 2020 update on all of our knowledge on the demo, so I guess stay tuned for that. But anyway, that will be all from me for today, so thank you guys for watching. Really hope you guys enjoyed. And I'm really sorry that I couldn't finish that speedrun for Broken Bond. I'll probably attend to that on a separate Twitch stream, so I guess Naruto fans, stay tuned for that. Thanks again for watching, and yeah, I'm out for now.